Hey there, I'm Tara C. Sinclair of UhOh Creations, and I'm the pattern designer behind the brand new Andy backpack. Andy is a full-size backpack. This backpack is designed for your high school students or your post-secondary students, maybe even your software consultants, anybody that needs to carry something that's a full-size, fully supported backpack. This is the pattern cover prototype. This is the one that you see featured on your pattern cover. He's designed with waterproof canvas in mind for your exteriors and then a lining of quilting cotton. So Andy, as you can see, is quite a large bag. When I throw him over my shoulder, he's a full-size backpack. This Andy features materials from Emmeline bags with the Cascade waterproof canvas for the gusset, and then the printed waterproof canvas for the accent pieces. So let's take a look at another Andy. This Andy is made fully with a faux leather. This one is made from the prairie faux leather from Emmeline bags. I made this Andy on the B570 QE, which is a Bernina sewing machine, domestic friendly. I do recommend, if you're going to attempt something out of a faux leather, that you do consider your machine capabilities. The Bernina is able to do this, but anything slightly lighter than that, I would not consider a faux leather version. There's just a lot of thickness that you get to in some points. Please do take a look at the material list very closely and determine the best materials for your abilities and your machine. If you want to do this out of a vinyl or a printed vinyl, something heavier, please use an industrial machine. As I said, there's a lot of thickness in a couple of spots, and I really don't want you to be stuck with another work in progress that's not being finished. So Andy was named from the very first prototype that I completed, which was for my niece, Addison. She came to me with a design in mind for her when she was going into high school, and who can resist a good challenge? So that one was made out of a black Cordura with hot pink zippers and accents, and she absolutely loves it. She's now been carrying that for a couple of years. So it was time that I formalized it and put it out there for others to make as well, with some adaptations that she came up with based upon use. So this is the video tutorial for assistance in making the Andy for you, which means that this is the Andy that we're going to be making in this video tutorial. This Andy is made from waterproof canvas from Wonderground Fabrics for the accent. I have incorporated a couple more pieces of the print in areas where it's calling for the exterior, which I call out as I go along. I did also use this awesome reflective webbing for this Andy. That reflective webbing allows you to be carrying it at night and still get that reflection as somebody's headlights hit you. The main body of this, the exterior fabric I've used, is a PVC-backed waterproof canvas that I get locally. And finally, our lining. Let's take a look at that. The lining in this pattern does call for quilting cotton, and I've used a Juicy Juice print here. It's absolutely so fun. I love this print. So let's talk about some of these features that you're going to find in Andy. As you saw, he's got a big body to him. He does take up quite a bit of space because he is a full-size bag. Andy has this very front pocket. When you open it up, we've put a mesh pocket in there with a zipper. It's an inset pocket, so it does not get top stitched on top of this front panel. It's constructed right into a seam there. Then in the front section, When we open that up, we do have a zipper pocket. We have a glasses pocket. I even have some glasses hanging out with me. And we have a key fob here, just something to keep our keys from getting lost. Then we get into the main body, and we do have this covered zipper, which is optional. If you're using a firm material, you may want to leave that off just because it does make it more difficult to open. It is a hidden zipper this way. And when you open that up, we have a magnet slip pocket here. So it's got this little flap with a sew-in magnet inside there. And the rest is just open. It's a perfect canvas for you to add whatever pockets you'd like to add. This is a bound design. There are 2 seams that get bound at the very end to finish it. And that's where that extra bolt comes in, because when you go to bind seams, you're taking all your lining and all your exterior and wrapping fabric around those edges to finish it. So it does mean it's a little thicker. So that seam, as well as this seam along the back, are your 2 final seams, and we do bind those at the end. Now the exterior, let's zip this sucker closed again. The exterior features these 2 water bottle pockets, one on each side. Okay, it does have a wide elastic there, allowing it to expand. Then the top has a padded handle, giving you a really good grip when you're lifting it and moving it around. And there's even this little piece of webbing here for hanging it, so you can hang it on a door or hang it up on a hook. Then finally, we have our padded straps. These are a classic strap for me. It's what I make on all my backpacks when I get the opportunity. They have a nice curved shape so that they can strap onto the body and be comfortable, and padded with that foam. And he's got enough structure with the materials we're using that he can still be squished, but he is a nice size that's structurally sound. We use a little bit of foam for that padded back, as well as a couple of the panels up front. And then we stick with just some simple stabilizers for the inside for your cotton. So I'm going to take you step by step through this Andy backpack. I'm going to walk you through the cutting list, just some information there, all of the materials, and then we start at the front and work our way through the construction all the way to the back and final construction of it. So the final seams. The video is quite long because there's a lot of pieces here, and I don't really want to leave you hanging on any spot. So this took me some time. I don't know how those YouTubers do this all the time. That just blows my mind. But let's go make an Andy. I can't wait to see yours. Join me in my Facebook group to drop yours and tag me. Make sure I see it. I can't wait to see your Andy backpacks, and I'll share them with Addison so she can see them too, since this is all her fault. Let's kick off the Andy backpack sewing, or prep work actually. The Andy backpack is a fairly large backpack. I've given you an introduction to it. So we're just going to start right in on those material requirements and talk about the items that we need handy for sewing this. So the very first item is your exterior material. The exterior is going to be the main color of the backpack. So in this case, I have this teal. Now the exterior material, we want to use a water-resistant outdoor fabric or a cotton canvas or a waxed canvas. This one is a material that actually has a PVC backing on it. It's what we would call a 400 denier, but the denier really relates to the weave. The denier is the threads used in the weave. So the thickness of this, it kind of stands on its own. It has a firmness of its own. You can see it kind of stands up, but it's still got a floppiness to it. but it does have that backing on it where it's coated. This is a really great exterior for backpacks and duffel bags and things like that. It's a durable material that doesn't come apart easy. Now, if you can scrape this backing off in any way, that is not a good quality backing. You don't want to use that. So my exterior, I'm going to be using this one. I do have two pieces of it. These are from a previous project, so I'm probably not quite going to need this much. The other material for the exterior of this bag is called the Accent, and this is a waterproof canvas from Wonderground. You can see it's got a white back. It's a printed canvas. Again, this is similar weight to the teal. This has a beautiful print on it. The color saturation is amazing. It has a scratchiness to it where you can feel the texture because it's a a canvas-like weave where you really have your one up, one down kind of weave going both directions. It's not a PVC-backed, but it is a water-resistant material where it's been treated. So this one also has a firmness where it kind of stands up on its own. It's got a little structure to it. These are materials that we're using for the backpack because you don't need to interface them or stabilize them. We can use them as standalone materials. With that said, we can use a foam for stabilizing the bag, but it's not mandatory. And if you look at any manufactured backpack out there, they're actually fairly soft and pliable and don't have a stabilizer in them. Our next material that is in the list is cotton woven for the lining. Many people have a preference. They either prefer cotton woven or they prefer never to use cotton woven. I like to use cotton woven because of the prints that are out there and the diverse prints that I can get. They're fun, they're unique. I can use a number of those fabrics that I can get in my local shop, so I can shop local for these. And that also means I can do some color matching when I am in my local shops, which is really quite difficult to do online. So I do like to use cotton woven. So for this one, I've chosen this Andover fabric designed by Juicy Juice. It's one of my favorite designers out there. I did get this locally from one of my quilt shops. And when you use a cotton woven, you do want to interface it, which is the next line, the fusible woven interfacing. I have mine right here. It feels like quilting cotton, but has a fusible side, which is grainy or shiny. Some of them are grainy, some of them are shiny. If you feel it, it should feel just like your cotton fabric, because we don't want to add a lot of thickness to our fabric, but we do want it to be a little more stable for us when we go to sew it. Now, if you don't want to use the cotton woven fabric for your lining, you can use something else. You can use a lighter water resistant canvas. You can use a light canvas. You could use a ripstop fabric, and all of these don't need interfacing on them. So you can use those. Keep in mind that in the material requirements and in the cutting list, we're going to be using a cotton woven for the lining, so that means we're using that woven interfacing. My next item in here is foam. So I use Bianni's Soft and Stable. Okay, I do have a big roll because I do use it quite a bit. It's not particularly thick, but it adds padding to the back of the bag and adds stability to some key areas. Okay. Now I'm going to talk about changing up those materials because it does change some things here. If you decide to use something heavier for your body, so for the exterior and the accent, something like a faux leather or a vinyl, number one, you're adding a lot of bulk with the thickness of them. It's always going to be a little bit thicker. Cork, that's another one. You may need a heavier machine. I have done a faux leather bag on a Andy backpack using my Bernina. It's B570 QE. It did sew it all. However, if your machine is not as heavy as a Bernina, you will struggle through a number of the layers. I do speak to using different materials in the pattern. Please, please follow those guidelines. Especially right after the cutting list, I do have a tip box, a tips and tricks, talking about some suggestions around that. Okay. So there are some things to change if you decide to change the materials from those listed in the material requirements. Now, we've got the exterior, we've got the lining, we have our stabilizer. There is another stabilizer in the pattern. It's fusible fleece. This one has the bumps on one side, the fleece on the other. It looks like quilt batting, but it's actually slightly different. So the fusible fleece is a little denser because it's needle punched a little more than just a batting. So it's not a loose weave, it's actually a little tighter weave. And it has that fusible side to it so that we can iron it in place. Now this is Pellon Thermolam 971F. The F means fusible. It is the product that I recommend. And I do not recommend changing the fusible fleece or the foam for any Decoville products. That's a question I get a lot. Please do not change the foam to Decoville Light or Decoville Heavy. You will not get the same results that you're looking for in this backpack. After that, we have mesh. You can use a Biani mesh. You can use a laundry bag mesh. I have a black mesh here. One of my testers is doing a strike sew with an air mesh. So it's got a right side and a wrong side to it, whereas most of these meshes do not have right or wrong sides. It's the same on both sides. You will note though, there is a directional element to your mesh. In some cases, you may get more stretch one way than the other way. So when we go to put this on, think about when we go to cut it, think about the direction. I typically want my stretch going side to side, so when I tuck something in, it'll go more wide. But sometimes I'm going to want that stretch going the other way, up and down. So just think about it with your pocket. And when you do cut your pieces, just be consistent because we have a pocket top and a pocket bottom. So cut them the same direction. We have a little bit of hardware in this pattern. We have 1-inch wide backpack strap adjusters. These are also known as ladder locks. Okay. They typically come in your plastics. Sometimes you can get them in metals. They have 3 bars, the top one being the frame of the adjuster, the next bar down being what the top strap is going to attach to, and the bottom bar being what the bottom strap is going to attach to. So we need 2 of those guys. Then we need sew-in magnetic snaps. Now these are a little unique. I'm not using a prong style magnet, which you can. Nothing stopping you. I wanted to do these because they're a little less obtrusive, and we're using them for the inside pocket. So they're a round magnet set between 2 pieces of plastic that are sealed all the way around. And this plastic is what we're going to stitch through when we attach it. So I do have that it's a 3/4 inch magnetic snap with a 2-inch square plastic sleeve. As long as you can get your presser foot around this without the magnet pulling your presser foot off course, the sleeve size doesn't really matter. This one specifically is 1 3/4. You'll need 2 because you'll need one for one side and one for the other. Now, typically, these are the exact same thing. There isn't a right or a wrong piece, a left and a right, or a male and a female, kind of like we have in magnetic snaps. But when you try to put 2 sides together, they're not going to attach because they're both norths. You're going to need to attach them like a north and a south. Okay, so you'll find that one way they repel, the other way they attract. Our magnets. After that, we do need 5 number 5 zippers. That's a lot. I do recommend some zipper by the yard. Here I have this gorgeous purple that I'm going to use. Okay, and I've got that nickel nylon coil. When it comes to your zipper, please do not use the big plastic teeth zippers. When you use those, you will find it difficult to go around corners smoothly with your zipper head when it's installed, because the big plastic teeth, when they interlock, they just don't curve well. So please stick with a nylon coil. Really, really important. Number 5 zipper gives you a 1¼ inch wide zipper tape and 5mm wide zipper teeth. And yes, that's 2 different types of measurements, just for fun. Okay, so do measure your zipper tape and make sure it's 1¼ inch. If it's not 1¼ inch, it may be a little bit more. Just know that that's why your gusset may be a little wider in some cases than the pieces for the pattern suggest it should be. That's okay, that happens. If you have zipper tape that looks smaller, chances are it's number 3, which means that it's 3mm wide teeth and a 1 inch wide zipper tape. Those ones I do find aren't strong enough for a backpack, so we do want to stick with this larger size, the number 5. And if you come across number 7 and that's the zipper tape that's right for you in the nylon coil style, then go ahead. Number 7 will also work. It's typically 1¼ to 1 3/8 wide as well. You're going to need 8 zipper pulls. Okay, make sure they fit on your zipper tape before you commit. Not all zipper heads are compatible with all zipper tapes, and that's something I can't stress enough. I have a local shop here that I can get zipper heads from for dirt cheap, but they do not fit any of my fun colored zippers that I get from my bag making suppliers. They only fit their own zipper tape. So I'd show you my zipper heads, but they're in the mail. They will be here tomorrow. Fingers crossed. I've got lots of time of prep before I have to sew anyways. So 8 zipper pulls. We then need webbing, okay? 1 inch wide webbing. I'm going to use 2 different webbings in my project today. I'm going to use this one, which is actually a reflective webbing. So when light reflects off of it, it shines and it goes really bright. I'm going to use that on my backpack straps. And then for the bottom straps, because they're not sitting right on your shoulders or right up high, I'm just going to use my plain black boring webbing. Just some simple stuff. You can use some really fancy webbings. Don't get too thick with this because our strap adjusters are going to have these come through, and we want to make sure that we're not using heavy duty webbing that you use on like dog collars and stuff. It can get really thick, so I don't recommend the heavy duty. Just stick with your nice seatbelt webbing, a nylon webbing, a polypropylene webbing, even a cotton webbing. Okay, so 1 inch wide, because that matches our hardware and that will fit our backpack straps. Then we have 1 inch wide elastic, and these are for our pockets on the sides, our water bottle pockets. So if you're going to skip the water bottle pockets, you can skip the elastic. It's 1 inch wide. It's generally used for waistbands on pajama pants or things like that. You can get away with something smaller. You can do a 3/4 inch, but I don't recommend going much smaller than that without reducing the size of the casing for the water bottle pocket. Okay, so we're going to need some of this. Again, that's 1 inch wide here. It is not fold over elastic. Fold over elastic does not have the same return to size, the same stretch that a regular elastic like this does, a waistband elastic. And sometimes you'll find these as a no roll elastic, which just means that the waistband doesn't roll on you or the elastic doesn't roll on you. That's also good to use. And finally, there is an optional swivel hook that you can use. That would be for the key fob, the key strap that we put in here. The key strap is an optional piece altogether. I haven't pulled out a swivel hook for that. but it's only a 1/2 inch wide. It's just a little guy, and he goes inside. Okay. So in your pattern, there is a section of information. Please read through that. Please take a second. It's going to talk about our stitch lengths. It's going to talk about our seam allowances. It's going to talk about all those kinds of things that you wish you knew when you started the pattern. Okay. The very first line in that says, please read the full pattern before you start. I know nobody likes to read the whole pattern. As a pattern designer, I ask you to do that not so that you can memorize the pattern or even know what's going on. The point of that statement is so that when you read through it, you may not comprehend what's happening, but later on when you're making, you're going to get to a point and you're going to say, why am I doing that? Shouldn't I? I read something about that. And just that subconscious recollection is going to answer more questions than you could even imagine. So do read it. I don't expect you to comprehend the whole thing, but it does give some information there that's helpful. So then printing. If you are working from a paper version of this pattern, printing is irrelevant for you. When you purchase a paper pattern from UhOh Creations, you do get a large scale printout, a full sheet of all the curved pattern pieces. When you purchase a PDF pattern, you get pages that can be printed on 8.5 by 11 at the end of the pattern. And you can get the download as well. That is your big UhOh file to send to the print shop and get them to print for you, which is that same print shop page that's in the paper pattern. Okay. Now, when you're printing, again, if you have the paper pattern, you can skip this. But for those of you at the PDF, when you go to print, the very first step there states to open the pattern using the latest version of Adobe Acrobat or Adobe Reader. This is so key, so key. I can't stress this enough. Many people will click the pattern download on the website and it'll open in Google Chrome, in Safari, or in Microsoft Edge, whatever their web browser is. If you print from that web browser, chances are your pattern pieces will not print accurately. They're going to print slightly off. Okay, so please download the file, open that file in Adobe Reader or Adobe Acrobat. Can't stress it enough. The PDF pattern does include your curved pattern pieces as well as rectangle pattern pieces for those of you who do like to have the paper pattern pieces for all the squares and rectangles. My pattern testers do test to make sure that those are the same as the cut list. Those of you with the paper pattern, you only have curved shapes, and all squares and rectangles are found within the cut list only. If you feel the need to have the squares and rectangles and you have the paper pattern, on my website at uhohcreations.com, there is a blog post that talks about printing squares and rectangles. I have a page that's downloadable in either centimeters or in inches that you can download, and then you can cut the squares and rectangles to the size you need. Just print multiple of that page. Sometimes you'll have to tape them together to get the full size you need, but I do have that available for you. So for those of you with the PDF, you're going to print the curved pattern pieces. I do give you page numbers at the end of my pattern. And then after those are the rectangle pattern pieces that you can also print. Now, I know I said that I couldn't stress enough the one thing. Well, I can't stress this enough either. Please, please measure the 1-inch square on each page. Not just one page, each page. Printers have done funky things in the past, and that 1-inch square may not be accurate on each page. They may be slightly different. So I like to take one of my rotary cutting rulers. I will set it directly on the 1-inch square, and I will make sure that it's right on the lines. And I mean right on the lines. Now, because I use inches, I am using the inch box. If you're using centimeters, there is a 3-centimeter box there. Okay, so lay your ruler down, make sure that the lines are sitting directly on, and when you check this, please look directly through your ruler. Don't look at an angle. Some rulers have the lines printed on top of the acrylic. Some have them printed on the back side. If your lines are printed on top of the acrylic, you're looking under the lines when you look at an angle. Okay, so set it down, get directly over top of it, and look straight down. Make sure your lines line up. Whew. And again, every single page has a 1-inch square, so definitely check it on each one. Now, for those of you with the PDF, you also have pages that have this star with a letter. You're going to line those up. So here we have A and A. They need to be lined up. They should make one line with a nice even star, and you're going to tape those together. Okay, so you're going to trim one off, lay it on top, and tape those together. We have a few pages like that, and some pages that are cut on fold. Cut on fold means you need your fabric on the fold, and that fold edge needs to have that cut on fold line on it. So some people, what they like to do to get a more accurate cut is print another set of the pattern pieces and tape those together to give them a full piece. I have some of my pattern pieces sitting here, so let me show you what I mean. This is a prototype version, but here I have cut on fold identified, place on fold. That means when you lay this down, the fold of the fabric should be right down that edge. But if you taped 2 more of these to this side, you could have a full pattern piece to help you with centering or fussy cutting, all of those things. And then when you go to cut those pieces out, those paper pattern pieces, you're going to cut them right on the line. Okay? When you cut directly on the line, that is exactly where I've anticipated the edges of my pattern pieces need to be to fit the measurements accurately. If you cut on the outside of that line, that means you're actually making the pattern piece a little bit bigger, and the gussets may not fit as accurately. Okay? Take your time. You do want it to be accurate, but please don't be perfect. We're humans. None of us are perfect. And then we get into our cut list. Now we do have a large cut list. Okay. Just a couple of tips for as you go through this. All the squares and rectangles do have inches and centimeters marked on here so that you have them there. And if something is a curved pattern piece, I do state that it's a pattern piece. The webbing pieces, the mesh pieces, the fusible fleece, and the elastic do not have template pieces for you. So you do have to just cut them to the right lengths. However, all of the squares and rectangles in the exterior, accent, lining, interfacing, and foam all have pattern pieces. Now, also in the pattern, there is a QR code under the information in printing or somewhere on that page. That QR code, if you're looking at your computer, you can click on that, and that's going to take you to a supplement page. Okay, that supplement page will list tutorials that are out there. It'll list some hacks or modifications, and it's going to have a download file for, where did I set them? Little cutting labels, so that as you cut your pieces out, you can label your pieces. Okay, so if you have the paper version, you can use your phone, take the camera app, and let it focus on that QR code. When it focuses, it's going to ask you, do you want to go to this link? And you can tap that link. Do make sure it's taking you to UhOhCreations.com, and that's the right supplement page. So also if it's printed, you can do that, not just if it's a paper pattern. So use all those little tiny cutting labels. There's quite the stack to keep yourself organized as you cut out. And I am going to start my cutting out. So I'm not going to keep you on here for that cutout. I'm going to do it in a little faster version of a video. And I've got a big list. Lots to do. So we'll see you in a bit. Something I really like to do, and I've got a couple of ways of doing this, is keep myself organized as to what I'm planning on doing for exterior, accent, and lining. So the lining is pretty self-explanatory. I know exactly what needs to be cut for lining, but if I was using two different fabrics for it, then I might want to organize myself a little different. So the exterior, again, it's perfectly self-explanatory as to what needs to be cut from it, but if I was going to mix this up a little bit, I'd actually use a highlighter. Now I don't have one here. Nope, of course I don't have one here, but I do have my purple friction pen, and I have a blue friction pen. And first, I like to use these to mark off things as I get them cut. So I've checked off my webbing, my mesh, my fusible fleece, and my elastic, all with my my friction pen. Let's go with friction. And that means that I can actually just run my iron around this, and it's going to take all those marks away. So same thing with marking the rest of this up. If I decided I wanted to make my handle out of my accent instead of my exterior, then I'll just pop that number over into the accent list with my blue pen that I'm working on with accent. So accent is in blue. I've got my main, I have my water bottle, but let's also add handle in there, and let's exit off with my purple one, my purple being my exterior. Now, again, you can do this with highlighters too on your labels. So where I've stacked these for my very first fabric, in the case of this stack, these are my accents, and this stack is my exterior. And this stack, I have no outside stuff, it's only lining. So yes, these ones will have some lining in there and some interfacing, but I'm going to start with my exterior and my accent. So I start with those piles. And again, if I was going to change my handle over from the exterior, then I'd find it on here, and I'd use my highlighter to color it in the color I've associated with accent. And I'd actually highlight each of the accent fabrics, and in this case, that exterior one on my label, with that highlighter color. Just helps me stay organized in a more visual way. So do share your tips on staying organized, because labels only go so far. But here I'm going to start with my exterior pile and my accent pile, and maybe I will actually make that change and pop that handle into my accent pile, because I can. We're going to do the handle out of accent instead of the exterior. So we're going to start with the accent, and then I move over to the exterior, and then afterwards I'll cut my lining and interfacing foam, and then I'll be ready. With this Andy that I'm making, having a cotton lining, something that I like to do is a little bit of block fusing. So before I go to cut out my cotton lining, I'm going to double check my pattern, just in general, and make sure that everything requires interfacing. And if not, then I'll cut those items out without the interfacing. And if they do all require interfacing, I'm going to take a piece of interfacing the same size as my cotton, and I'm going to fuse it all right up front. That's going to save me a lot of time in cutting fabric than cutting interfacing. Now, this can cause additional waste, especially if you have a directional fabric where you're not going to be using every square inch. When I don't block fuse, I'll cut my fabric out, all the different pieces, and then I'll lay it out over the interfacing and see where I can best fit pieces. But when I cut the fabric after it's been block fused, you don't get that opportunity to optimize your cutting on the interfacing. So it's just one of the ways that I like to save a little bit of time. So that's what I'm going to do today. Once I get to cutting my foam, I'll actually not even use these pattern pieces that are a cut on fold. Instead, I'll take the piece, the fabric piece, whether that's exterior or lining, and I'll lay it on the foam and I'll cut it out directly next to the lines. Exactly where it should be. I just find that that allows me, again, to lay my different pieces on the foam, maximize where I'm going to be cutting, and eliminate a little bit of that wastage. So I also don't cut pattern pieces for the squares and rectangles. I've already mentioned that. I do love to use my big rulers. This one's a 15-inch. I have an 8.5 by 24 inch, a 6.5 by 24 inch, and I have a portable ruler here that's 6 inches by 12 or 6 by 24. And I'm a rotary cutter person, so I like to use my ruler with a rotary cutter. And yes, every so often I'll miscut something and have to do it again. But I find that this gives me the most accurate cuts that I can possibly get. Cutting with scissors does leave you generally with some rough edges or a bigger chance of going off an angle. So I always do recommend taking the time to learn the tools for the job that are going to give you the most accuracy. Just a recommendation, certainly do it the way that makes sense for you. So I am going to get my lining and my interfacing and my foam all cut out. And then I'll give you a recap of what this all looks like. Once you have everything cut out and you're ready to start looking at the preparation steps, you have a lot of pieces. And I do mean a lot. So first, let's talk about the preparation, and then we'll organize this into a couple of stacks so that we can work through them a little bit better. So preparation starts with applying some woven interfacing to your lining pieces, which, because I decided to block fuse my fabric was already fused before I cut it out. So I've already taken that step, and there's only 2 pattern pieces, the mesh binding and the pocket facing, that have no interfacing on them. The rest of the lining pieces, if you're using a cotton woven, should have woven interfacing on it. The next step is actually to take one of your main foam pieces. I have one right at the very bottom of my pile. And we're going to put a piece of the woven interfacing on each side, this side as well as this side. Okay, there's measurements in your pattern as to how far down they go. So we're going to mark that line. All right, so I've marked that line, and I'm going to take a piece of that woven interfacing, make sure the glue is against the foam, and I'm going to line it up with the top edge against that line. I'm going to give this a good press, and then repeat for the other side with the other piece. Now you'll see that that woven interfacing overlaps a little bit on the sides. Take your scissors and just trim it up right next to that foam. Your foam is now ready to roll. Okay, now this is going to be a part of your back panel, but we're going to get there. So our next step is to sew baste our foam onto our pieces. And so we have the accent main, the accent front pocket, the exterior handle, and 2 of the straps that are exteriors. Now I cut my straps so that I had 2 exterior and 2 accent, just for fun. So I'm going to sew my foam or baste my foam to the accent piece, personal choice, Bottom line is you want to have two mirrored pieces that get foam. So you can see that they curve out opposite ways. So these ones can be sew basted. Put this guy back on so I don't lose track. We have this foam piece for the main, and we want to put that on the accent main, which is going to be our big back panel. Just grabbing that one from the pile here. Okay, so that's this one. Then the exterior handle gets foam, as well as my front pocket. There it is. The accent front pocket. So move those tags to the linings. Okay, so what we're going to do for these is I love to use a walking foot whenever possible for this. Take a moment to put some clips around the outside edge. Keep your foam from shifting. Okay. Let me grab that walking foot. Okay. This is the walking foot where he has feed dogs on the top so that he works well with the feed dogs on the bottom. This allows me to feed the top fabric evenly with the bottom fabric. Okay. So I do like to use a walking foot. Even though this machine, which is my Bernina 570 QE, has dual feed, which means that a regular foot also has a walking feature, I still find that this will feed better, especially when you have that foam against your feed dogs. Anytime you have foam or fusible fleece against your feed dogs, you will find that it tries to feed this with the feed dogs, but sometimes it doesn't feed well. So if you have troubles doing this basting around the outside edge, flip it over and do it with your feed dogs against your fabric and your presser foot on top, or a walking foot. It's a little bit of a godsend. So I'm going to repeat this for my two straps. Remember, they're symmetrical, but they're opposite of each other, they're mirrored. My front pocket, my handle, and my accent main that will be my back panel, and that's got this piece with the extra stabilizer on it, the main stabilizer on it. You will have left over a piece of foam for the front as well as a piece of foam for the main. We're not using those right now. So let's get these basted. Use a long stitch length, go just around the outside edge and about 1/8 of an inch from the edge. In many cases during construction, I'll have you trim the foam out of the seam allowance later, so don't use your heavy duty thread. Use something really light. I like to use a 50 weight thread for this, and then I sew my bags typically with a 40 weight thread. Some individuals prefer to use a Tex weight thread. A lot of domestics cannot handle anything more than a Tex 35 or a Tex 40. But know your machine. The key for thread on your bag will be use a polyester or a nylon, preferably bonded, but as long as it's not cotton. Now I have been using Glide thread, 40 weight, it's polyester. I've been using that for over 10 years, and let's be honest, the stitching isn't what's broken on the bags. It's generally my mom trying to carry about a dozen books, big books. So let's get these basted. All right, we have some pieces that are now sew basted to the foam. Here you can see I've used a white thread so that you can see it easily, and a black thread on the back. Again, that's about 1/8 of an inch away from the outside edge. So I'm going to put these back in my pile in their appropriate pieces, or with their appropriate pieces, so that I don't lose track of them and what they are. Our next step is to mark the center at the top and bottom of a number of pieces. So the first ones we do start with are our mains. Now, a lot of people take the pattern piece, plop it on here, take a look at it. Something I like to do instead is just fold it in half. Okay? Now this one does have that extra interfacing or that stabilizer, but fold it in half, make sure things line up, and then I'll take a pair of scissors and put an angled snip in there, staying within my seam allowance, and that gives me a nice little triangle there. And we're going to do the top and bottom of our mains. Now, if you're going to do this with a marking tool, some kind of pen or something, be sure not to use an air erasable marking tool, because we do want these to show up later on. And an air erasable will erase over time, so you're not going to see them. Now, I also don't recommend using a heat erasable, because again, if you're ironing anything, it's going to erase. Now, if you are using a material that likes to fray a lot, like some canvases or a Harris tweed or something, I would use a marking tool instead of putting a snip in it. A snip like this can cause it to fray worse. Now you'll notice I am using some big scissors, but those big scissors are actually quite sharp at the tip, so I'm just using the tip of those scissors. I highly recommend having a really great quality pair of fabric scissors that you can truly rely on. So those are my mains. We now want to do the front pockets, the fronts, and on the front accent, there's a couple more that we want to do. So I'm going to grab that front section first. And here we had some funky cutting when we cut those out. We have the lining and the foam that used the full pattern piece, but our front accent piece, we also had to cut out that center section. So we're still going to fold this in half and mark our center top and bottom. But when we do that, we're going to take the time to also mark the centers on each edge on the inside here. Okay, so the bottom edges, this top section, make sure my in cut is lined up. And then on the sides of that cutout, we're also going to mark. So I'm bringing my center points together right here, folding in half. You can see my corners line up. And we're going to mark this guy. Again, make sure those center points line up and snip into this one. Okay, so that's the accent front. I'm also going to do the front pocket pieces and the front piece here. Now this one I feel is directional, and I do want this tail top and bottom, so otherwise this piece is a square with rounded corners. So that's the mains, the fronts. Oh, and on the front pockets, we do want to mark the sides centers as well. Again, it is a square, so bring your two centers together. And you can mark these guys. All right. Now we have one final step to finish the preparation, which is getting your glasses pocket and adhering the fusible fleece to it. So let's find those pieces. I have my fusible fleece here, and this will be a lining piece called glasses pocket. Here we go. Now, something I do like to point out is in the pattern cutting list, all the measurements are width by height. So the glasses pocket, when cut, is width by height. Okay, so this is the top, this short end. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to apply it on the wrong side, centered side to side, and there's a measurement you need to use to make sure it's down from that top edge. Okay, so do measure from the top edge down, make sure it's in the right spot, and then you're going to fuse this in place. So here he's fused in place. We'll put our piece back on. Now finally, something that I'll take a moment to do is organize my pile a little bit. And everybody does organize this a little differently. One suggestion I have is, as the pattern designer, you know how I say all the time to read your pattern, start to finish, familiarize yourself with it. this is a good chance to skim through your pattern. You could put your pieces in order of appearance. So take the very first piece that you see, which is going to be construct the front pocket zip gusset. You could take that piece, let me find it here, front pocket zip gusset, and set it right side down. Now the next piece you're going to see is the front pocket base gusset. Take that one and set it right side down. And by stacking them this way, you know that as you go through your pattern, they're already in the order you're going to need. Now, another way to organize yourself is to actually take the cut list. Let me just grab something here. Take your cut list, and anything that says main, group them together. Anything that says front, group them together, and then your front pocket, group them together. After that, you have things like your strap stuff and your extra pockets, okay? And so by grouping it, you know that the front pocket pieces are together already, or that your front section pieces are together already. Now there's also a diagram in your pattern. This is not the finished pattern. This is part of the testing, but it does identify your front pockets here, your front section is this section here, and your main section is in the back. So when that comes down to your picture, this is your front pocket, this is your front section, and then your main. And of course your back has some unique construction as well. So I'd consider grouping those together, and then you'll be ready to take the first set of steps in constructing the front pocket. Our first section on the bag is our front pocket. So we're going to do the section called Construct the Front Pocket. I am installing my label on this section, and we have this fun mesh pocket on the inside. So this is where we're headed with this section. We're going to construct the front pocket. To do this, we're going to need your front pocket base gusset, your front pocket zip gusset, linings and exteriors. You'll also need the front pocket. We need the accent with the foam, as well as a lining. We need the zipper for the front pocket with 2 zipper heads. We also will need the mesh pocket top, the mesh pocket bottom, 2 pieces of mesh binding, these are lining, and the zipper for the mesh pocket with 1 zipper head. Now before we get going, just one quick check. Take a moment to ensure that your front pocket zipper is at least the length of your front pocket zip gusset. And make sure your mesh pocket zipper is at least the same length as your mesh binding and your mesh pocket width. We do start with the front pocket zip gusset exterior piece. We're laying that right side up. My wrong side has a PVC backing on it. If you wish to use double-sided tape, you can place your tape along one edge, one long edge. And then we're going to take our zipper, place that right sides down, stick it in place to that double-sided tape, and then another piece of double-sided tape along that same edge, set the lining right side down on top. This gives you a piece that has exterior right side up, zipper right side down, and lining right side down. We're going to sew this with a full seam allowance. So double check your seam allowance. It is listed in the information at the beginning of the pattern, and make sure you are getting your full seam allowance for this. I am going to sew this without my zipper heads attached. It saves me from moving my zipper heads out of the way. And then I'm going to put my zipper heads on afterwards. Here we are. For all of my seams, I am using a 2.5 stitch length and my full seam allowance. Here I'm going to press my lining away from the zipper, and I'm going to press my exterior away from the zipper. I'm now going to top stitch. Top stitching, I do increase my stitch length, and in this case, I will be increasing to probably a 4.0 based upon the size of this bag. Smaller bags, I'll do a 3.5, but this one's a pretty big one, so I'll go with a 4.0 stitch length. When we do this top stitch, we're also going to baste around these 3 raw edges. So I do that all in one motion. I'll start on a raw edge, come around, top stitch along the full seamed edge, and then finish on a raw edge. With my top stitch complete, this is when I'll now put my zipper heads on, making sure I bring one on from each end so that they meet in the middle. One of those gadgets I have for this process is called a zipper jig. It's 3D printed, and it does hold your zipper head for you. Okay, so I've got the open end of the zipper, which is the chubbier part of the zipper head, up. This zipper jig holds the zipper head. It does not go in the channels. It's just holding the zipper head. And then because we're looking at the bottom side of the zipper head, we're going to work with the bottom side of the zipper. Open this up by pushing your nail into it and pulling them apart this way. Not this way, but make sure you're pulling them apart that way. You're then going to come in at a 45-degree angle on each side, keeping them even. And we'll do the other side. Beauty. We're now going to grab our front pocket base gusset, the lining one. I'll set it right side up. We're going to set our zipper panel right side down on top. This means that our linings are right sides together. As you see, it should be the same width. If your seam allowance was off on this zipper, then you'll find, if it was less seam allowance, then you'll find that your zipper is a little bit wide. What you want to do is make sure that the zipper lines up with this edge and trim any excess from this zip gusset. Here we're going to line up this short end. Then we're going to place our exterior piece right side down on top. And we will sew across this end with a full seam allowance. Once we've done that, we can trim that excess zipper off or leave it. It doesn't matter. It can stay in here. And we will repeat this process on the other end. We have our lining. We'll bring the lining end to meet here, and this one to meet here as well. And we'll sew that with the same full seam allowance. So here we've sewn both ends. You'll notice I do a little extra stitching right across the zipper teeth here. Something I've found in the past is that can be a weak spot after a lot of use on a bag. When you're unzipping this and it hits into that seam could use a little reinforcement. So right over those zipper teeth, I will do extra stitching, not directly in one spot, but zigzagging across it. Now we can take our exterior and our lining and fold them back away from our zipper on both ends. And this makes our zipper tube. Okay. We're going to clip all these layers together along that zipper base gusset. And we're going to make sure we top stitch these ends and baste the two sides together. So again, I like to start on the raw edge. That leaves my zipper end, or my thread end in the middle of a seam later on. It also allows me to double check my tension and my stitch length when I do that. So I'll start my sewing here, top stitching again with that 4.0 stitch length. I'll come up the one side. I'll leave my needle down in the corner, come across, continue all that stitching down the other side, do the top stitching here, and then finish back up on this raw edge. And that'll create our front pocket zipper gusset. We now have our full circle, and this is now the front pocket gusset. Here you can see where I started my stitching, got my thread ends there, and that's when I do my basting and my top stitching all in one all the way around. We now want to find our center marks on both sides of this gusset. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold it in half, bringing my two gusset seams together. I'll come all the way down to the bottom, pinching that together. And just like finding my center seams or my center marks on my pattern pieces, I'm going to put a little snip in there. That gives me an angle, a little triangle. And we'll do that on the other side of the base gusset. And we'll do that for the top on the gusset side. Now, move your zippers so they're not centered. With that fold, you still need to mark the center on the zipper. And what I do there is I do make a snip into it, going straight in, just a little one, about 1/8 of an inch, and then I melt that. Giving me a little V. Now we're going to bring these center marks and the bottom center marks together. We're going to mark our centers over here, or at least take note of them, as they are on that seam allowance, but they're not quite where the seam is. Okay, so instead of snipping a triangle in there, I am just going to snip straight in, so that I can see that spot. Okay. And we're going to do that for all 4 points again. Oops. Bring these two together. We're then going to take the accent front pocket piece, which is the piece with the foam, and you want to have it directionally sitting right up. So this is the top, this is the bottom. Now is a great opportunity to put a handmade label or a custom label on the front, such as I have my UhOh labels, and maybe now I'll put that on there before I continue. To insert any pronged hardware, I have a few things that I like to use. First, I have a cutting block. I have my mallet, a flathead screwdriver. I then have the hardware I intend to install, which in this case is my UhOh label with its washer, and of course the fabric and a ruler so that I get it straight. Now I do like to offset it, but even when offsetting the label instead of centering it perfectly, I still want to keep it straight, so I'll still use the ruler to make sure my marks are straight. Now you can also use a pen or pencil for this. When you use a pen or pencil, this can be a permanent marking tool because you're going to be cutting through these marks. And I also have some duct tape to cover this up. We'll see if I'm missing anything as I go. So number one, we're going to mark where we want this to go. As I said, I want to offset it, but I do want to keep it straight. So I'm going to use my ruler, and I figure 6 inches from the bottom is good. Maybe I do want to center it side to side. So I'll make sure that my ruler is centered on this piece. Just by double checking my measurements at the top there, making sure I'm on my center mark at the bottom. So I'm just lining everything up, and then I'll set my washer centered on top of that. Okay, I'm going to continue to keep the ruler there as I go to mark where my prongs are going to go. Okay, so I've used a white marking tool. You may not be able to see those marks yourself, but I've also double checked that my prong placement is going to be those end holes on my washer. Very, very important. If you have custom labels or if you've got a piece of hardware that has multiple holes on the washer, you may want to double check which holes you're going to be marking before you cut them. So I'm done with the ruler, and I'm going to set this on my block of wood. You're all wondering why I have a block of wood for this process. There's many ways to cut these holes. A lot of people like to use a seam ripper and slice up with it, hoping that they don't cut too big of a hole. I like to use a flathead screwdriver where the screwdriver head and my prong aren't very different in width. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll lay this flathead screwdriver directly on that mark and give it a whack until I cut through that fabric and foam in this case. Same thing for the next mark. Now, if this were a cotton woven or any kind of a woven fabric, I'd want to use a fray check on that. In the case of today, I don't need to because it is a water-resistant canvas and it's not going to fray out on me. The other thing to note is I do have foam on the back of this. I don't need to add extra stabilizer to this. And if this were actually some kind of a lock, like a twist lock or something, I may want to put something behind that, such as a Decoville light or a Decoville heavy, because there's pressure on that. But truthfully, there should be very little wear against this, so just the foam should be plenty. If anybody is grabbing my label and tugging on it, then they probably shouldn't be touching my bag anyways. So we're going to put the prongs through those holes. Set it right side down. I am going to put my lining fabric underneath it just to protect it from the surface of the table, which is pretty good. It's not going to scratch it, but better safe than sorry. and I'll put my prongs on top. Now there is a great debate as to whether you're an innie or an outie. I'm an innie. I like to fold my prongs in, not out. If I fold my prongs out and this fabric folds at all, these prong points are going to dig through that foam and fabric in no time. So we are going to fold these in. And again, I use my flathead screwdriver. We're going to insert it between the washer and the prong and give it a bend. We're not going all the way, but this allows the prong to bend as low down to the bottom as possible. And then same thing on the other side. I'm going to wedge it in there between the washer and the prong and start that fold. Okay, so you can see how it started, but not fully compressed yet. Now I use my flathead screwdriver again, just to push those down. And then with the fabric underneath to protect it, I give it one whack. Once that's completed, we're going to protect our other layers that are going to sit behind this with duct tape. If I can find the end. And really, we don't need a lot of duct tape. We do just need enough to cover that. Whenever putting duct tape in your project, please make sure you put it in a place that will never ever see a sewing needle, because a needle going through that duct tape even once will gum it up. And make sure it's going somewhere that you don't intend to iron, because it will melt. Funny thing, duct tape will melt from the heat of your iron. And I now have my beautiful label installed, ready to put my gusset on this panel. So we have our front panel and our front pocket and our front pocket gusset. What we want to do is turn this sucker inside out, and then we want to make sure that our zipper goes against the pocket. Okay, this is very important. That zipper is going to go against that pocket. Now, if you do accidentally install this the other way, not the end of the world. It's just going to be slightly different than the pattern. We're going to line up the center markings with the center markings. So double check your front pocket has all those center markings on all four sides. I'm also going to grab my clips for this, but I don't do this all at one time. I do this one side at a time. So what I'll do is I will clip this in place along that straight edge. You may find it easier along the zipper to work with the zipper open. Just means there's less zipper coil holding things in place. And I will sew that straight section with my construction stitch length and my full seam allowance. My construction stitch length is 2.5. I will then go to this side and do the same thing. Just the straight edge. And I will sew that with its full seam allowance and its 2.5 stitch length. Then third, I will do a third side, lining up my center marks with the center marks on the side. Make sure your zipper head stays out. You can see how it's already getting tight, so this is why I only want to do one side at a time. Okay. Also that side, just the straight section, And finally, also this straight section. Then I'm going to come back and place the corners. Now that we have our sides sewn in place, you can see I've got each side sewn in place. We're going to focus on our corners. Okay. So it does look like our gusset is nowhere near big enough to reach those corners, but our gussets will always be a little bit smaller than what the outside edge is on your panel because the final seam allowance is inside that edge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my scissors and we'll start on our bottom corners because there's no zipper there. And I'm going to cut in about 1/4 inch all the way along this. The snips are about 1/2 inch apart. Do not cut all the way into the seam allowance. You don't want to be cutting to where you're stitching. You just want to be cutting up to it. When we do that, we're going to lay our panel down and then smoosh this out and see how it spreads all the way out around. And we'll clip that in place. And that corner is now ready to be sewn. I always sew with this panel against my machine. So this is exactly the way I'll be looking at it as I go to sew it. Okay, so practice again on the other bottom corner. Don't cut yourself, but again, those 1/4 inch snips. And smoosh it out all the way around. And clip in place. Okay, now the zipper corners, I also snip. Some people are hesitant to do this. I do smaller snips, so it's not a full 1/4 inch by any stretch. And I might do more snips to help it spread out further. I also, once I've done those snips, will use my torch to melt those snips. Kind of like I did that center marking. It's not a long light flame or a long heat sealing. It's a short heat sealing. Okay. So again, on this corner, I'm going to spread those out and they'll reach that outside edge now. Now with the zipper tape, you may find that it wants to curl up on you or pull up because it's not really well stabilized. So when you take a clip off and you go to sew this, it may try to pull away from that edge again. I recommend using a stiletto. So I have one of these fancy tools where the end comes out and I've got a stiletto on it. And that allows me to hold it down right under my presser foot as it's coming around that corner. Okay, so just holding it as my foot goes around. Let's prep that other corner. Here you can see it's trying to curl on me, so let's get those snips in there. And melt those suckers. Heat seal those suckers. No, you don't need a fancy torch like mine. You just need a lighter. Some people will actually use a thread zapper. And we'll bring those corners all the way out, or that corner all the way out. One more clip. So now I'm going to take that stiletto and I'm going to go sew those corners, and then we'll be finished sewing this section and ready to put the lining on. Here we go. So I still have the foam back here, but I've sewn this all the way around. And now is when you can do this turn and check it. Because we're sewing with our full seam allowance, this is a perfect spot to check that you have no puckers in the zipper and no puckers down in these corners. And when you have puckers, it's typically because you have too much fabric in that area. So it typically means that your gusset's a little long or something to that effect. Too much fabric in one spot. Now, the other thing that I'm going to get questioned on is, why are we sewing this with a full seam allowance right now? Because our next step is to put our lining on and then stitch right on that stitch line. We're doing it at a full seam allowance first so that we can check that, but also so that it removes the capacity for the error where this zipper gets stitched over or you get the lining with extra puckers. So this gives a more consistent and happier result. Nothing is stopping you from sewing this with just a basting stitch and then putting the lining on and sewing with a full seam allowance. However, you will get a better result sewing it with your construction stitch and your proper seam allowance right now. Now we are going to take the lining front pocket piece, and we have our markings again, and we're going to line this up all the way around, pushing our gusset in. So open up your gusset, and it never hurts to clip that so it's out of your way. The clip was a little further than I thought it was. Okay. And these front pocket pieces are squares with curved corners, so it really doesn't matter the orientation unless your fabric is directional. But we are going to place this right side down on top, and we are going to put a number of clips going around. Now again, you could do this in sections just like you did the gusset to the front accent panel. I'm lining up my center mark there, clip in place. And I'll go down that straight edge till I hit that corner and then make sure my corners go around nicely. Now, I actually don't clip my corners, as in put wonder clips on them, until I have all of my sides properly lined up. I also actually don't do this all at once either. So just like the first part, I do it in segments. I may actually do most of the zipper. So from this section of the zipper up around to that section of the zipper, then move my zipper heads up and finish these two bottom sections. But when you do this, leave a turning gap. This is vital. You want to make sure you leave a turning gap so that you can turn this whole thing through that bottom. So stop sewing on both sides of this. Let's keep clipping this together. And here's a corner where we can nicely clip this down. Now, a little known fact, these Wonder Clips, and when they're Wonder Clip brand, actually have lines on the back side of them. You will never see this in a video, but there's actually lines on the back. One of those lines is equivalent to your seam allowance. So when you put that clip on, if you put that clip on up to that line, you can test where your seam allowance is going to be. That's clearly the line. So check your clips, because even these funky purple glittery ones, chances are there's a point on them where it's your seam allowance, which in my case is right at the metal edge on those ones. I do have multiple brands, so can't confirm that for all, but in that case, it gives me my seam allowance, so I can almost clip something together and test sew it. On these corners, make sure your zipper teeth are pushed in towards the bag and not in your seam allowance. All right, clipped and ready to roll. When you go to sew this, please sew this with the lining down against the bed of your machine. Your lining, chances are, is a lighter fabric than your fabric with the foam. And that means its potential for shifting on you is much higher than this side. So anytime you have a chance to put that shifty fabric against the feed dogs, it's always a good plan. Not only that, you want to now stitch directly on your previous seam. So that means you want to be looking at this side and stitching right on this line, the outside line, not the basting line, but the inside line, not the outside basting, all the way around here, leaving a turning gap down here. Okay, that pen's not going to help me, it's white. Turning gap. So when you do this, what I like to do, as I mentioned, do part of it at once. And then when I go to do these bottom sections, I like to come in from the outside edge, stop with my needle down, and then turn and stitch it. What that does is it allows this turning gap fabric to automatically fold under for you. It's not mandatory, but it's an option. So I'm going to go sew this, and I'll show you what that looks like. Hey, here we go. That's my lining side. You can see where I've stitched off the bottom, and that's so that when this turns right side out, this will just flip up that way. I've gone around my corners, and here you can see I've stitched directly on my previous line of stitching, leaving my turning gap right here. Now, I do like to remove my foam from my seam allowances to reduce bulk and make it easier for top stitching. I do this in all my projects, and I teach this in all of my classes. I feel it's super important. This is also why I tell you not to use a heavy thread for your basting and a giant stitch length. Okay? So I'm removing those stitches, and I'm going to trim that foam all the way back. Do not trim the fabric. You want your fabric in your seam allowance. But what I'm going to do is lift that foam up and run my scissors right along that seam, trimming my foam out. And that leaves my foam right next to the stitch line, but out of the seam allowance. I also do remove it from the turning gap because it's easier to fold under when there's no foam in there. Now, once I've done that, this is my bottom with the turning gap. I'm going to use my pinking shears to trim up these bottom corners, not the top corners where you have zipper tape. Okay, I can see I've got zipper tape up here. Do not trim those, just the bottoms. Along the top corners, if you do feel they're bulky, you can peel back your exterior fabric or your lining fabric and use pinking shears on that fabric. But whatever you do, don't trim that zipper tape. And we're ready to turn this right side out, and then we'll give it a press. Before I go inspecting this, I will push a turning tool in there and run it right along the edges of all my seams to make sure it's pushed all the way out. So even that long straight top edge, run it right along that seam. And then right around those corners. And don't forget those bottom corners. Okay, so we're looking at the inside, and there's our outside. Now, on a corner like this, when people are sewing the zipper in place and they don't get it aligned all the way out to the edge of the fabric panel, they'll just cut that corner and trim the extra fabric off. But when you do that, you're going to get a slightly misshapen corner then. So whatever you're doing on your two top corners, do to both of them. Whatever you're doing on your two bottom corners, be sure to do it to both of them. Otherwise, it will look uneven, but I think she's looking pretty good so far. We're now ready to do the top stitching. So I'm going to give this a really quick press because this is cotton. Remember, I do have duct tape in here, so I'm not just going to set my iron on there and hope for the best. But when I'm pressing the lining of anything, I do like to use Best Press because it is a starch and sizing spray. So I don't use this for the starch, I use this for the sizing. And what sizing spray does is it does the shrinking for you a little bit. And it's not dramatic by any stretch. But what it's going to do is it's just going to snug that lining up a titch bit, technical terms. Also, along this bottom edge, because I did those stitches going off the seam allowance, you can see how it's already folding over. I'm just going to take another moment and I'm going to make sure that this fold sits on top of my stitch line. And I'm going to use just a plain old glue stick, something you'll find at the dollar store or in the kids' school supplies. And so I'll put some glue on there and I'll press that down. Then we'll come back and do the top stitching. Here we go. That is a front pocket front section, the front section of the front pocket. So I have top stitched all the way around. I do start at the bottom here so that I'm closing this turning gap to kick this off. I see I've got a thread end here. As I'm using a polyester thread, I can melt that sucker because sometimes my scissors just don't get quite close enough, no matter what I do. And we're ready to take the next step, which is our mesh pocket. So let's set him aside for a moment. And we are going to require our mesh pocket top, our mesh pocket bottom, as well as our 2 mesh pocket bindings or mesh bindings and our zipper. Again, I'm not going to put my single zipper head on right away. However, as per the pattern, it does give you the directions for that zipper head. So be sure to follow it very closely if you want to make sure your zipper opens from the left to the right when you open this bag, because that's the plan. When you open this, let's set this sucker in here and this guy here as though he's closed. This is going to be very, very delicate. When he's sitting here and you open this up at the front of your bag, you want this to open from here to here, typically. So, also one of the reasons why I like to put my zipper heads on after, but the primary reason why I put my zipper heads on after it's sewn is because I don't have to move my zipper head with my needle down. We are going to take both pieces of the mesh binding. I'm going to pop them over to the iron and we're going to fold these in half so they are wrong sides together and make a binding piece. All right, we are going to take the mesh pocket bottom. It's wider than it is taller. And if you are using an air mesh or something like that, that has a right way and a wrong way, like a right side and a wrong side, this would be the wrong side, okay? We're then going to set our zipper right side up on top. Now, if you have your zipper head on, it will be closed with the zipper pull at this end so that it will open by pulling the zipper head this way, okay? We're then going to set the mesh binding with the raw edge. Ooh, see if I can show you that raw edge. Okay, along that top. Okay, and we're going to sew this with a full seam allowance. You can use your double-sided tape again. Toss a piece right along the top edge of that zipper. Stick this sucker down. It is quite difficult to use double-sided tape on the mesh because each of these holes has the opportunity for that double-sided tape to stick through. Plus, it will be visible at the end. So I don't recommend putting double-sided tape on the mesh and zipper, just double-sided tape on the zipper and binding. However, you may want to pin these. I'm going to use clips today. And you do want to make sure that this mesh is lined up with this binding. Okay, so you see where the edges are. Make sure those are lined up equally, evenly. For this stitching, you are using your standard seam allowance as well as your construction stitch length, so my 2.5, and I do use a zipper foot for this because I am right next to a zipper. Here it's sewn with the full seam allowance. Now you're going to flip this over and flip the mesh away from the zipper. Double check and see if ironing will melt your mesh. In most cases, just finger pressing it will do the job, but you do want to make sure it's pressed well away from the zipper. You also want to press this binding away from the zipper. Okay, so I am going to take this to my ironing board and give this a quick press. Once it's pressed, it looks something like this, and we are going to top stitch with our 4.0 stitch length and our smaller seam allowance on both sides of this. And what we have is your seam is going to be encased by that top stitching. So on the wrong side, there's no raw edges sticking out anywhere. It's all encased in that, because that top stitching is going to be here and here. So we're going to top stitch that and then bring it back for our top section. There, she's top stitched, ready to roll. So now we're going to take our mesh pocket top and do the same process. We're going to lay our mesh wrong side up if there's a right or wrong. You're going to set this directly on top. Now my zipper is longer, but it's most important that I line up my two mesh pieces. Okay, so make sure my mesh lines up. It's also quite fiddly because that mesh is fun to play with. You're then going to put some double-sided tape on there to apply your binding, and we'll sew that with a full seam allowance as well. So let's get some clips. All right, so a full seam allowance along that one. And with that sewn, again, we're going to bring our our mesh up away from the zipper and our binding up away from the zipper. And we're going to give that a press and top stitch. And once it's pressed and top stitched, we're looking at this. And I'm going to put that zipper head on now. Again, I want it to open from this side out, so that means I'm going to put it on this end, which is my right-hand end. This is also an opportunity where if these two pieces are misaligned, such as this one's off to the right more or off to the left more, you could take your zipper head off and put it back on, realigning those fabrics. There we go. And now when it opens, it goes that way. Now we need to put this onto our final front pocket lining panel. Okay, and so we're just going to set it on top. You can see how it's a little taller and it's a little wider. Right now, the most important thing is making sure that zipper stays straight. So something you can do is grab a ruler, line it up, see what line it's sitting on, and push your binding down on whichever side is necessary. we go, to make sure it's straight. Okay, so I can see a line right here on my ruler that lines up with the fabric, and that makes everything straight. So I'm going to throw a couple pins in this to keep it from shifting on me. Remember, don't sew over pins. Be sure to remove them so your needle does not hit. That's always a sad day. And we're just basting this in place, but any extra strength that you can add to a seam with mesh is always a good plan. And by that I mean, if you do too big of a stitch, you may skip some of these holes in basting it down. So I am going to leave this as a regular stitch length. I'm just going to stay out by the outside edge of the fabric. I'm also going to do it with my mesh right side up and my fabric against the feed dogs. My feed dogs aren't a huge fan of this mesh because it can't grip it. So again, we're going to baste all the way around that outside edge. Then we'll come back and trim this all down so that it matches that lining panel. All right, she's basted in place all the way around. So I'm now going to trim it back to finish that panel up. It's easier to do it from this side, let's be honest. I'm also going to melt those zipper ends, just heat seal them. And now we're going to take our front pocket. We have the lining front pocket with mesh right side up. Do take a moment and admire that thing of beauty. It's perfect. And we're going to set this front pocket right side up on top so that they're lining sides together. Okay, so when I set it there, remember all those center marks, right? You do have those center marks. We have a center mark on the top, the sides, and the bottom. Same thing with your gusset. You have a center mark, your sides, and your bottom. It's going to line up. Now, you've already put this front pocket on by doing it in segments. I want to do that same thing for this guy, but this time we're just going to baste it in place with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. We will be applying a full seam allowance to this later, so we only need a 1/4 inch baste right now. So line up those centers, baste the straight edges first, like we did last time. Then you're going to put little snips into your gusset. This time there's no zipper to worry about. And those snips aren't going to be that full 1/4 inch this time either, because you want to be inside your stitching or in the seam allowance of your stitching, but they can still be 3/16. So I'm going to go put that together, get those straight sides done, and I'll come back and show you those corners again. All right, I have this basted on the straight sides only. We still have the corners to do. So just like last time, what we're going to do is snip into the gusset to help spread those out. Okay, so just little snips. If it doesn't need to spread as much, then you can do fewer snips. If you need to spread it further, then do more snips. So here, I can now spread that out and clip it in place. Okay, this guy as well. You will notice that I always set it down on the table to spread it out. I feel that that is the most important part of this, really, to get it to lay evenly and nicely. This one looks like it's a little tighter than those top ones, so that means I might put more snips into it. All right, so we're going to baste those corners in place. Here we go. We have all of those corners and edges all basted in place. She looks like a beautiful front pocket. And we're ready for the next section. Construct the front section is where we're going to take that front pocket, put it on the front, then we're going to make a number of pockets on the inside. We have our glasses pocket, we have a zipper pocket, and we have an optional key lanyard. All of these are optional pockets. You can really do whatever you want in this section. And then we're going to put this funky gusset together, and we're going to put it all together so that this becomes our front section waiting on our main section, where we're just going to have to do the back, the main gusset, and put it together. So front section, let's get to it. Section. To start with, we're going to need our front pocket that we previously constructed. We're then going to need our front pieces. We have an accent piece with that cutout. Then we have the lining, and we have a foam that's not attached to anything yet. We also then have our front zip gusset with two accent pieces that are mirrored each other and lining pieces that are also mirrored to each other. Then there's the front base gusset. We have an exterior as well as a lining. We have a zipper. Check the measurements in the pattern to make sure you've pulled the right zipper for this. And then we have some pockets made out of lining. We have the glasses pocket, which is a piece of lining, and we have that fleece attached to it. We have a piece of pocket facing. This is for your zipper pocket. It has no interfacing. Two zipper pocket lining pieces, and an optional key strap, which will require a 1/2-inch swivel hook. It's a lot for this section, but this is going to construct that entire front of the bag. So let's hop into it. We're going to start with our front accent piece. So we're going to set aside the lining and the foam for now. Not quite ready for those. We're also going to take our front pocket, And remember, we did some markings for our centers on all 4 sides of this section. So if you haven't done those, just fold that in half. Make sure it's just the center section that you're looking at. Make your marks and fold it in half this way. Again, lining up that center square, making those marks. We're going to set our front pocket right side on top. That's going to be really beautiful when done. I'm excited. I like to do this with an open pocket. I get better results. And we're going to flip the top of this down, keeping the raw edge of the cutout with the raw edge of our front pocket. And we're lining up that center mark. So again, let's take that clip off. Your front piece is right side up and your front pocket is right side up. And you're just going to bring the top down until you can get to the raw edge, which also has the raw edge of the pocket. Okay, so that means your front and your front pocket gusset are right sides together. Ooh. Now you're in good practice here already. We're going to do straight sections, then deal with curves after. And just like before, we're going to deal with one straight section at a time. So for now, I'm going to take this to the machine and sew this with my full seam allowance. I'm also going to use my standard construction stitch length and then move to the next section. So when you go to the next section, lay it down, lift up the front piece so the raw edge is down with the raw edge of the front pocket, and clip from the center out. So this is the bottom. And here you can see where the sides are going to line up as well. Center out. So once again, don't try to do this all at once. We're just going to work with the straight edges. Then we're going to come back and do some snips to make our corners go nicely rounded. Whew. Runaway clip. All right, so I'm again going to sew just this section, this section, this section, and this section. I'm going to do that with my front pocket down against the machine, and I'm going to sew right there. And then I'll do the same thing for each side. Down against the machine, and sew that straight edge. Once we have those 4 straight edges sewn, we can now look at the corners. And just like we've done before, we're going to grab our snips, our scissors that have a good sharp tip, and we're going to place snips into the part that's too small. So in this case, it's going to be this front panel that needs to go around the curve. Okay, so get your fingers right in between those 2 layers, between the front pocket and the front. You're just going to put 1/4 inch snips right in there. Once you've done that, you'll see it's going to spread out right around that pocket piece. We'll do that for all 4 corners. So again, if you lay that on the table, push the pocket out of the way, you can see how that lays out. Don't cut yourself in the process. All right, and we're going to sew those corners with its full seam allowance as well. You may find it easy to use a zipper foot for this, just because the zipper foot is going to sit on the seam allowance and not push down on this fabric here. However, it's up to you which foot works best for you. Once you finish doing that sewing, you should have something like this. Double check your corners, make sure you don't have puckers in them or any issues that you're concerned about. If you do have something that you don't like, then pop it over, take out those couple of stitches. Just ease your corners nicely. Sits beautifully like that. Now, I do like to use a waterproof canvas instead of a faux leather because I can use pins in this material. And this next step, I actually use quite a bit of pins to keep things flat and laying nice. So, what I'm first going to do is pin my seam allowance flat to my front, because we're going to take our front foam piece and we're going to lay this on here, top stitch around your pocket, and then baste the foam all the way around the outside. So first things first, this doesn't sit very nice because of that seam sticking out there. So this is where I want to use my pins to start with. I'm just going to press my front away from my front pocket and pop a pin in there. And I'm going to do that all the way around. All right, once we've got those pins in there, if you take a look at the back, it's just helping to pull them together so that they sit together a little bit differently. And by putting those pins through from the front, I can leave them in when I go to do the top stitching. So we're going to set this on here, and I will use clips to put this in place around the outside. But take a moment to try and press that seam allowance flat a little bit, just all the way around. Make sure it's in its right spot. So I will start with the clipping along the bottom straight edge, because it should be straight. So once clipped and pinned in place, another option you have at this moment is to actually move those pins, keeping this flat, so that you're pinning now through the foam as well with the seam allowance. Okay. Now I can feel my seam allowance didn't lay flat here, so I'm just going to push that down, put my clip back in place. Make sure everything lays flat and put that pin back in. This is by no means the only way of doing this. This is just what I've found works for me. And now I'm going to take this to the sewing machine and I'm going to top stitch my seam allowance down all the way around my front pocket, right where I've got my pins. And we're going to go all the way around that front pocket. Then I'm going to do a basting stitch all the way around the outside edge, big stitch, small seam allowance, and then we'll be back. Here we go. We got that top stitching done all the way around that front pocket. And we've basted our foam all the way around the outside edge. So here you can see where that top stitch is and the foam being basted around the outside edge. So that is your front waiting for its next piece, which is the zipper gusset. So let's make that. We're going to start with our front zip gusset pieces. This is where we have 2 accent, 2 lining. And they mirror each other. And by mirror each other, I mean you're going to set one this way and one this way. They're looking at each other in a mirror. And that's the same thing with the lining. Now you're going to take these and place them right sides together. And we're going to sew just this little straight section on each one of these. We're going to use a full seam allowance, your construction stitch length, and don't forget to backstitch at the 2 ends. Once we've done that, we're going to open them up. You're going to press the seam open and top stitch both sides. And we'll do the same thing for the lining. So here we've sewn them together, pressed the seam open, and top stitched both sides on both the accent and the lining. Now take a look at your pattern piece, because the next step, we're going to put the zipper on and it tells you which side of this the zipper needs to go on. We want to put the zipper on the inside curve. not the outside. So first things first, in your pattern, you are to trim your zipper down to an exact measurement. Make sure it's accurately trimmed. And when I trim my zipper, I like to just put that flame over the end, give it a quick heat seal. This zipper is going to have 2 zipper heads. As before, I'm not going to be putting mine on until after I've got it attached, just to save me on the moving of the zipper head. Now we're going to find the center of the zipper, and we're going to want to do that on both sides of the zipper. Now you can mark this with a marking pen within the seam allowance. I am going to use my scissors to put a snip straight in from the outside edge. Just a little one, and I will heat seal those snips as well. So I have my center marks. This is going to go right side down on top of your accent, lined up with the center. You could use double-sided tape, or you can be like me and sew baste this in place. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to throw a pin in the very center. We are lining up the center of that seam with the center of our zipper. Get that pin in the center. Bring it all the way down to that end and line up your ends. Okay. Now bring it straight up that inside curve edge. And I'm going to clip that straight section. And at the top, I'm also going to clip that straight section and see what easing needs to be done around the corner. Okay. So you can see they almost line up right along those edges around that corner. So I can probably just clip these together, keeping it smooth around it. Just like so. Now, if you do have troubles getting around that curve, you could put a snip into your zipper, just like we've done on our corners for our gussets. And when I go to sew baste this in place, I actually like to start in the center and work my way out on both of these. So I'll start here, I'll sew baste this side, then I'll start here again and I'll sew baste this side. And when I sew baste that, I am just using a long stitch, a skinny seam allowance, and then we're going to come back and put our lining on this. So I am taking this step and separating it into 2 steps. This is just to keep my zipper straight, even, and accurate along that curve. All right, once I've got that basted, I can now put the lining on there. Now, something you may find easier, because I certainly do, is removing the second half of the zipper tape. It just means that I'm dealing with a thinner piece up here to bend, and it's more flexible that way. So I'm now going to place the lining right sides together and clip together that same edge. Okay, so clipping the ends together, clipping the center together. Make sure your center seams line up. And clipping these ends together again. Okay, and just continue clipping all the way along that inside edge, along those straight sections. And then keeping in mind I may need to ease around the curve a bit. Yep. So if I straighten this out, you can see that they line up just fine. But when they're sitting in their curve shape, it looks like it's got a gap, but it really poofs out a little bit on both sides, so they are even. So this side, we're going to do that straight section. And up top, we'll do that straight section. And then let's pull that straight, push these guys together where they should sit. Right about there. Now with the materials I'm using, I do find that the cotton does like to stretch a little bit, so I will sew with the cotton against my feed dogs so that it will ease better into place with the materials that don't stretch at all. So I'm going to take this to the sewing machine. And we're going to sew this along this edge with a full seam allowance, your construction stitch, and I am using a zipper foot for this. Then we're going to turn this right side out so that the exterior and the lining are wrong sides together. And then we'll come back and talk about top stitching it. All right, here we have the zipper in place, and I've pressed the fabric away from the zipper. So you can see it looks a little wonky. Let's put those zipper heads on now before we do that top stitching. It's just going to help us hold the structure in the gusset a little bit better. And you can see my center mark lines up with my center. Let's get the other end on here. Again, this one has 2 zipper heads. There we go. So it just helps me to see that shape as it starts coming into play. So we are going to top stitch as well as baste our layers together. So again, just like before, I like to start on a raw edge with my basting. And then when I do my top stitch, I've already checked my tension and my stitch length before I come full circle. So let's do her. All right, with the top stitching and basting in place, we've got quite the upside down U shape going on. And we are going to grab our front base gusset. Okay, this is an exterior as well as a lining. And we're going to lay a lining right side up. And then take your front gusset, front gusset, and set it right side down on top so that the short end aligns. We're then going to set the exterior right side down on top. And we're going to sew that short end with a 3/8 seam allowance. Same thing we did on the front pocket gusset. Now before I go sew this, I'm going to do the same thing to the other end. Linings go right side together. Make sure everything's still flat. Exterior, right side down on top. So back to our construction stitch length with our full seam allowance. Now, just like I did on the front pocket gusset, where we have our zipper teeth, I am going to do an extra little bit of a sewing there just to reinforce it, give it more strength on both ends. Once they're sewn together, you can see that reinforcing stitch. We'll flip these right sides out so that our lining and our exterior are wrong sides together. Give it a quick press at these ends. And then we're going to baste the two long sides together along this base section, as well as top stitch these ends. So I'm just going to line this up all the way along. And that will give me my full circle of a gusset. Let's mark the centers on this guy. Because we already have a center marking up here and on this side, we only need to worry about the bottom of the gusset. So I'm going to bring those two seams together for the base piece. Fold it in half to get our center at the bottom there and place my snip. And then same thing with the other side of this gusset. All right, let's retrieve that front section that we made. Now, before we get going with this guy, we need to add a marking that we haven't put on here yet, or you may have noticed it on the pattern piece and already added it. We have a front section gusset alignment marking. So I'm going to add this marking to this piece because we're going to use that to line up our gusset. All right, I have those gusset markings on the back. So we're going to start with this guy right side up, this front piece. And then we're going to set the front gusset right side up all the way around as well. This just shows us where it's going to sit. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take this one at the bottom, or we're going to take this gusset, turn it inside out. Okay, and at the bottom, we're going to make sure our exterior and our accent are right sides together. Set those markings together and line up those centers. Let's clip them right sides together. Same thing at the top. Okay, we have that center marking on our zipper and the center marking on the top edge. We'll clip those guys. Now, the markings on the sides are those front gusset alignment markings. It's going to line up with my seam for the gusset. And same thing with the other side. Front gusset alignment marking right here with my seam here. Again, make sure your exteriors are right sides together, or your exterior and accent. Okay, and now we're going to clip our straight edges in place. And you've done this once before, but we're going to sew this with a full seam allowance in sections, then deal with our corners with a full seam allowance, and then we'll be able to put our lining on. So I'm going to clip my straight edges and sew my straight edges. Then just like the last couple times, we'll come back and we'll put snips into our gusset for the corners so it can ease around. Use your construction stitch. I do use a zipper foot for this because I am going all the way around the zipper here. And take your time making sure everything is lined up. Exterior and accent right sides together. You may find this easier to sew with your zipper open, but keep in mind you will need to move your zipper heads out of the way as you approach them. Now, as before, we're going to snip into our corners to help spread those guys out a little bit so they can reach all the way to the edges. So no more than 1/4 inch on these fabric guys, and spaced about 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch apart. Again, the more you need to spread them, the more snips you may need to place. And this will be dependent upon your sewing as well as your cutting as to how far you need to spread them. There we go. And then with the zipper, keep the snips small right by the edge, going straight into the zipper tape. And then we'll heat seal those. All right, so we're now going to sew all 4 corners with its full seam allowance. Now, once sewn in place, all the corners are done. You're going to bring your gusset to the inside, kind of like we did before with our front pocket. And we're going to find our other piece, our lining piece of front, our final front piece. And we're going to place it right side down. Now, you can take a moment to mark those gusset markings, those front gusset alignment markings. That'll just help you properly line up all 4 sides of your backpack. So let's do that. All right. So I've got my front gusset alignment markings. We're going to start by lining up our top. And this is the exact same seam that we just stitched. So we're just sandwiching our gusset inside our layers. Line this up. Continue to use your zipper foot when you sew this because you are sewing this section along the zipper. And we're going to sew this together with that full seam allowance. But again, we're going to sew this the same way we did our front pocket. We're going to sew it from this side, stitching directly on our last seam. So let's get this lined up all the way. You'll see how my zipper likes to curl up in that seam allowance. Make sure it's pressed all the way down. So a few extra clips around those corners is never going to hurt you. All right, now along that bottom edge, I'll continue clipping here, but along this bottom edge, we do want to leave a turning gap again. But again, we're going to be sewing from this side, so be sure to mark it on this side that you want a turning gap. Now the size of your turning gaps is really dependent upon the materials used. These materials are really quite flexible, so I can get away with just a 6-inch turning gap. But if you're using something stiffer, you might want to leave a larger one across most of that straight space. We're going to do exactly what we did on the front pocket. We're going to stitch this starting here, come all the way around directly on this line. We're then going to come back and we're going to trim the foam from our seam allowance all the way around, including on our turning gap. We're going to pink our corners, trim our corners in the bottom, not the top, because that's where our zipper tape is. We'll leave that fully intact. And then we're going to turn it right side out. So it is the exact same process we did for our front pocket. Again, you may want to sew this in sections because your zipper head does need to be shifted out of the way. I sew this with my zipper foot construction stitch directly on this previous line, which was the full seam allowance. So I'll continue clipping, I'll do that sewing, and I'm going to trim that foam out of that seam allowance and pink my corners. Then we're going to turn her right side out. So it's sewn. We're going to trim our foam from the seam allowance. I do have my turning gap. I've left it fairly small because of my softer materials. Let's get that foam trimmed. Let's turn it right side out. Alrighty. And just like the front panel, I'm going to use my turning tool and press out all the seams all the way around, even the straight edges. All right. She's looking good. Let's zip this one up too. Okay, so just like on the front pocket, from the inside, I'm going to give this a spritz with my best press, and that's my starch and sizing spray. I'm also going to take a moment to turn under this, glue it with a glue stick, and press it into place. When I press it, it does set that glue, so it does a temporary hold for me. And then we're going to be able to top stitch all the way around this, closing up the turning gap that's under here and giving us a nice finish all the way around. And there we go, all top stitched, ready to roll. And our next steps are actually for our pockets for this front section. Double check that your machine has bobbin thread, as well as give her a quick clean. Shortly, we'll be getting into some layers, and you're going to want to make sure she's fresh and ready to go. For the zipper pocket, we're going to require our 2 lining pieces of zipper pocket that are interfaced, our zipper with 1 zipper head, our pocket facing, as well as the piece we're going to put this on, which is a main. I'm just going to leave that off to the side for the moment. So we're going to start with the zipper pocket pieces. And as mentioned, I do like to sew my zippers without the zipper heads on, as long as I remember to put them on later. Your zipper pocket is a square piece, so you can rotate it whichever direction you want. We're going to take this and sew that in place along that top edge, and then press that fabric away from the zipper. Double check your seam allowance on that one. We do use a slightly smaller one. We are using our construction stitch. And so you can see I've sewn along it and I've pressed the fabric away from the zipper. Now, if you're using a material that's a waterproof canvas for your lining or something like that, you can take a moment to top stitch down the edge of your zipper. This is just going to help your material lay flat against the zipper edge there, so that when we put this into our zipper pocket facing box, it's going to lay flat. Now we're going to take our second lining, right side up, and set our zipper right side up again on this. It looks counterintuitive, but it's correct. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to sew along that edge, and then we're going to press it away from our zipper. So again, double check your seam allowance in this step, and we're doing this with our construction stitch, which is 2.5. So here we have both lining pieces. We are looking at the woven interfacing on them. And on the inside, you're seeing the wrong side of the zipper with the right side of the fabric. Now I'm going to add my zipper head. As I said, I like to do this after the fact. And it doesn't matter which way your zipper head goes on this panel because it's symmetrical. Both lining pieces are the same size. And that's the lining for our zipper pocket ready to roll. We're now going to take our pocket facing. Okay, and this is a piece of lining that has no woven interfacing on it. This should match the lining that you're using for the main panel that we're going to put this on. And we're going to work on the back of this to start with. And we're going to add some markings to it. So the first marking you're going to do is I do use one of these rulers, and you measure down from the top and draw your line going all the way across. Then you're going to measure from that line down a little bit more according to the measurements in the pattern. And then you're going to draw your lines from each end, measuring in from each end like so. Now I've done this with a regular pen so that we can see the markings. And we are now going to place this on our lining main. So our main is that really big piece where we have foam, lining, foam and exterior accent, a couple more linings, okay? So we're just going to take one of those linings. Keep these ones labeled. And it should have a center mark already marked on it. And we're going to measure down from the top to put our zipper facing piece on it straight. So what I like to do is use this ruler. Again, it's a 6 by 12. I'll line up the center measurement on that so that I know where my center is. Make sure that I have a line going across the top edge. And then I'll, based upon the measurement in the pattern, set this directly on there, centering it side to side so that I keep it straight. Once we've done that, we are going to take it to the sewing machine, and with this guy, I do like to pin it. I'll pin it in a few spots to keep it from shifting. I sew this with a 2.0 stitch length, so a little bit smaller. I'm going to start on a straight edge, stitch directly on the line, coming down to a corner, stop with my needle down in the fabric, pivot cleanly, and do that at each corner. Coming back up, and when I start and when I stop, I don't back stitch. But when I stop, I do go over my stitching for about a ½ inch to an inch. That just reduces a little bit of thread bulk that you'll get on one of those straight edges where you would normally be back stitching and get a little bit of thread build up there. So I'm going to come back with that all stitched. So once you have that stitching done, you can see it's directly on the line of the box that we created. It is a smaller stitch length again, just to make it tighter. We don't want things fraying out. Now I'm going to slip a cutting mat under here. And our next step is actually to cut a line. I'm going to grab a pen to show you what we're going to cut. We're going to cut straight down the center, starting and stopping about a ½ inch from each end. Okay, so starting and stopping about a ½ inch from each end. And at that point, you're going to snip straight out to the corners not cutting through any of the stitches in those corners, but getting as close as you possibly can to them. So I do use my rotary cutter to do this initial straight long cut down the center. And this doesn't need to be perfect in that you don't need to stop exactly a 1/2 inch from the end or anything like that. But you really want to make sure you're using your sharp tipped scissors to get those final V cuts completed. Okay, so I've got my cut. It's not exactly a 1/2 inch from the end, but now I'm going to shove my scissors right up in there and snip right into that corner without cutting any corner threads. If you don't get close enough to the corner, you're going to find puckering in these corners when we go to turn this. And that's the last thing we want to do. So same thing with this end, right into the corner without cutting the threads on both corners. Now, I'll take this to my iron and do this, but I do this pressing in a couple stages. I start by pushing this up and giving this a really good press. I'm just going to use my finger pressing for now. Then I'm going to do the same thing on the top and press that right down. We're then going to turn this under, pushing it through the hole, making sure our seam lays nice and flat as we do that. And you can push it through on the ends as well. See if you can get that part through. There are days where my fingers don't work as well as I'd like them to. Okay. And we'll press that really flat, really well. Then I'll do the same thing on the top edge. And finally on the ends, I'll tug this out a little bit to make sure it lays nice and flat in the corners, and I'll give that a press. Once it's been pressed out, you want to be looking something like this, where you've got that nice clean box right in the center there. And from the other side, you can see I've got that facing. Now, if you are using a waterproof canvas or a nylon pack cloth or something, pressing it like this isn't going to be your best friend. So when you go to push that facing through the box, consider tilting this up and keeping your seam allowance down against your facing and stitch right along here. Okay, that's your seam allowance and your facing. That's going to hold your facing back where you want it. And you could do it from this side. You're stitching next to the seam, almost like a top stitch. This is called understitching, and it's used frequently in garment making. So now that we have this box and we have our zipper with lining, we're going to marry the two up. Now, I do want my zipper opening from this end, so you can see it's closing. Now it's opening from that end. So it's opening left to right. I am going to use double-sided tape here. I use 1/8 inch wide double-sided tape. I don't like to use much wider. I find that every so often it shows up later where I don't want it to. And I'm putting it along the top and bottom edges of the zipper tape. Not all the way to the ends, just most of it. This one might actually be a 3/16 wide. All right, now I'm going to take my main and center it or place it directly on this zipper, keeping the zipper centered in the box I've created. So I like to keep my zipper head in line with the zipper teeth, and I'm going to set this on there. It's going to look really good. Now, before I start aligning things, the first thing I want to check is going side to side, okay? My zipper facing is the same width as these lining panels. So my facing should come to the same point here where these panels are, and same with this side. So you see how it's lined up. If we don't do that alignment and we sew it in place like this, where our zipper fully fills that box, but I'm right at the edge of the lining, it means that when you go to sew the zipper pocket closed, you may not have enough lining to actually close up that side. So make sure you're centering it side to side on those panels. And once I'm happy with where the panel is initially sitting, I check my zipper on the two end pieces, make sure it's centered. Then I'll lift up one side of this, peel the tape backing off, and take my time sticking it down. I take a look here to see how much zipper tape I should see between the teeth and the main piece. And same thing over here. I'm going to take a look and see how much space I have here. And I'll set it down in place and then work my way along it. Once you're happy with one side, flip the other side of the main out of the way, peel off the backing on that tape, and do the same thing. Now, once you're ready, you get to top stitch all the way around this. So just like before, I don't like to start on an end or in a corner or something. I like to start just on a straight edge on the bottom. I will leave my threads long, and I'll pull them to the back when I start and stop. If my thread is a perfect match to the fabric, I will do a little back stitch, just a stitch or two, come around and do a little stitch or two back stitch. Make sure your lining pieces are laying flat open like this, and consider matching your bobbin thread to your zipper, because that's where you're going to see it, is just on this zipper. We're going to stitch 1/8 of an inch away from the edge and use that top stitch length, 3.5 or 4.0. And we're going to go all the way around, keeping everything flat. Here we can see that top stitching, and on the back, again, you do want to consider matching it to your zipper if you can. Okay, so working from the back now, I'm going to bring my top and lay it down flat. I'm not going to line up my two bottom panels. One should be longer than the other, but I do want to pin those in place so they don't shift on me, not pinning the front panel or the main panel. And now we want to close up these sides. We're going to use a construction stitch on this. And when we do it, I like to do it from this side so I can lift up this main panel, pull it right out of the way against that top stitching we did. And when I sew this side, I want to stitch as close as I can get to this right here. That's just going to reinforce right over those zipper teeth that top stitching that's right there, so that when the person goes to open their bag and they smash it against that end, it's just adding a little more reinforcement to the stitching right there. So I'm going to peel this main out of the way, and I'm going to reinforce some stitching over the zipper teeth and close this up. Now this is whatever seam allowance is comfortable to you, because if I start here, that's probably a 3/4 of an inch seam allowance that I'm getting. We're also going to do this on the other side, and we're going to stitch across the bottom of this panel as well and close it up. But take note, you have this much of one lining, so you want to stitch through both layers. So I'll do this in 3 steps. I'll do one side, I'll do the other side, again, getting as close as I can to that top stitching there. Then I'll actually flip it over and stitch this before trimming this excess off and trimming my excess zipper off. So here you can see I've stitched down that side, reinforcing right over my zipper, and I've got that little triangle tip in there. And same with this side, reinforcing right over that triangle tip where the zipper is. And now I'm going to do some trimming. I'm going to take this excess lining piece here, just the one layer, and trim it off. And then up at the top here, we're going to end up with just a seam allowance here that we want to respect. So I'm actually going to trim it up a little bit in this seam. So I'm just going to angle this a little bit and trim it back about a 1/2 inch at the zipper. This isn't part of the pattern. This is just something that I like to do to keep bulk from getting near my seams when I go to sew the finished bag. Okay, and we'll do that on this side as well. And now, because I've trimmed that zipper, I'm just gonna melt the end of that a little bit. Yes, there's cotton fabric there, so do be careful. Don't light your house on fire. I did once light a project on fire. That's a story for drinks. And we have our zipper pocket. The next pocket is our glasses pocket. We have a lining that has the fleece on it. I've been known to make this using microfiber fabrics instead of just my cotton, because then when you put your glasses into the pocket, it actually takes dust off. What you're going to do is you have your fleece on one end, not on the other. You're going to fold up this bottom and sew along this top edge with a full seam allowance. So if you flip this over, you can see we're sewing along that top edge, leaving that whole fleece piece unstitched. Once it's sewn, you're going to turn it right side out. And give it a good press. We're going to press so that our seam is flat. That seam along that top edge. Grab my turning tool and give that a push out. So I'm going to give this a press, and then we're also going to top stitch that top seamed edge. With that top edge pressed and top stitched, we're now going to fold this in half, wrong sides together, and the wrong side is just the bobbin side, doesn't matter which way. But we're going to fold it in half, bringing the raw edges together. Make sure you're not folding up your back fabric. You want the bottom edge to line up with each other really nicely. The other thing I like to do is push something into that fold to make sure it lays flat, because we're going to baste this raw edge and top stitch this bottom edge closed. Okay, so when I do this bottom edge, I will top stitch straight along that end and make sure you back stitch at this pinch, this fold. So our glasses pocket should now look like this. Our bottom is top stitched closed, and our top has top stitching along that top edge. We have a raw edge here. We're now going to take our main and we measure up from the bottom edge the appropriate amount, and that's where the bottom edge of our pocket is going to go. And you'll baste that in place there as well. Once you've got that basted in place, you can test it with your glasses. It just slips right in there, keeping in mind you will have a bigger seam allowance in your finished bag on this side. But they're ready to roll. Now there's an optional addition, which is adding the key strap. Okay, and the key strap requires one piece of lining fabric that's interfaced, as well as your 1/2 inch swivel hook. And what we're going to do with this guy is we are going to, from the back, fold them in half lengthwise. When you're opening that up, you're going to fold the 2 sides to that center. You're also going to fold in one end and then complete those folds again so that everything is encased inside. I'm going to press this with my iron. All right, so here she is all pressed. We have one end pressed in. Then we have both sides pressed to the center. And finally, pressed in half all the way. Now I'm going to top stitch all 3 finished sides. So we do have one raw end. It's going to go in our seam allowance. I'm going to come down this sewn edge, this folded edge, across the end, and back down the other folded edge with my top stitch. Once top stitched, we have this guy, we have our raw end, and we have our finished end. We're going to take our swivel hook and slip it in there. Fold this end over and stitch across it. Just across. Alternatively, if you want to, you could insert a rivet by punching a hole through these layers and setting a rivet there. You don't need to stitch that. Once I have that swivel hook on, you can see he's ready to be installed. And we're going to take our main, and there's measurements in the pattern as to how far up you want to place this, but we're going to attach it to that raw edge, and he'll dangle down inside of our bag when not in use, or when holding your keys and in use. So we're going to baste it in place. The placement of this is really not something that needs a measurement. You could put this in any of the pockets or any of the other sections of the bag that you'd like to place it. Same with your glasses pocket. Once you've figured out how you want the layout of your bag to be, you could put any of these pockets really on any of the panels that you'd like to. And these pockets can also be placed in any other bag that you'd like to, pockets and accessories. So I'm going to attach that, and then we're going to put this main onto the front. So that's the entire main panel, pockets ready to roll. Now I do need to back up and do step 23 and 24, which is sandwiching this with foam. So let's go grab our pieces. we're going to need another lining main, and we're going to need the foam piece. So let's just grab these two from the back here. And first things first, we are going to trim some extra foam off. So there's a measurement in the pattern. I just use my scissors, and I'm going to trim all the way around this, taking that extra bit off all the way around the outside edge. All right, I've trimmed it down so you can see he's a little bit smaller all the way around the outside edge. This isn't about making a perfect cut all the way around. This is about reducing the size of this so that it's not in your seam allowance when we go to put this bag together, because we're going to get to a lot of layers. So we're going to lay the plain lining right side down, set the trimmed foam on top, centered. Again, this isn't about perfection. This is about keeping the foam out of the seam allowance. And then we're going to set this guy right side up on top. And you can see that foam is going to be sandwiched between them. So now I'm going to take a second and line up my center marks and clip all the way around. Don't want him moving when I go to baste these layers together. Okay, so bottom and top, both of those have center marks. And now I can just clip all the way around. And something I will do is anywhere I've got these pockets on the seam that's basted, I'll clip right there so I don't push them around with my presser foot. All right, and now I'm going to baste all the way around the outside of this. Once you've basted all the way around, you should have this foam sandwich. You should be able to see your lining on the front and the back of it, and the foam's in the middle, floating in there, waiting for providing stability. And now we get to put the front with the zipper gusset onto this. So make sure that you can see your front section gusset alignment markings. I have them right here. I've remarked it on my pocket because he was overlapping any markings I had. And we're going to grab that piece now. You also should be able to see your top and bottom center markings. And we're going to start at the bottom here. So I've got my entire front and I've got these pockets right side up. We're going to set this down right side up on top. And at the bottom, we're going to line up those center markings and clip it in place. You know me, I'm going to clip that straight edge so nothing shifts on me. And the top. So we do have that top seam on our front gusset. We're going to line that up with our top center marking. Looks like it doesn't fit, but that's correct. It's going to come around that curve. So this is where the 3D bag, backpack bag making comes in. And then on the sides, I'm going to line this gusset seam up with that marking for the front gusset seam alignment. And he's going to come around here. You're going to do the same thing on the other side. I'm going to continue clipping up this side, make sure everything's in alignment. And it may feel like you've got a little extra front when you do this, but it's going to ease into place nicely when we put the main gusset on here. So make sure everything just eased around those corners. And the other side, line up that gusset with that marking again. All right, we are clipped in place, ready to roll. And we're going to baste this all the way around. And then this is going to be our front section. And she's basted in place all the way around, ready to roll. So that's the front section. We've done the front pocket. Take a moment to admire all your amazing work. Your front pocket with that wonderful mesh pocket in there. And then your front section that has all those interior pockets ready to roll. And the inside of your main section. One more section to go. Construct the main section has a number of components within it. And what we're going to finish with is the gusset constructed and added to our front section. We've attached it, but we still need to bind that. We've made those we'll make those water bottle pockets, the handle, the optional zipper cover. And we'll get that attached. We'll also add another pocket to the inside lining panel that's still left with a magnet snap. This can be replaced with a prong style magnetic snap, or it could be replaced with a snap if you'd like. Totally your call. So let's construct the main section. To construct the main section, we're going to need the following pieces. We'll start with the handle and the handle webbing piece. Then we'll need the main top zip gusset, the main side zip gussets. There's 2 of those. We'll need the main zip cover and the main lining zip gusset. We'll need the main front zip gusset in exterior and lining. Then we're going to make the water bottle pockets with the water bottle channels, 2 of those. The water bottle pocket pieces, which are 2 accents and 2 linings. The main side gussets, the main base gusset, as well as the main lining base gusset. We're also going to need the webbing hanger. This hangs the backpack on a hook. And we're going to need the water bottle elastic. There's 2 of those to go inside the water bottle channel. And finally, we're going to need one of our zippers. Take a look in the pattern for the measurement of that zipper. And that zipper is going to need 2 zipper pulls. So we have a lot of work to do to construct the gusset. And then we're going to add in the main pockets, where we will need the large slip pocket. We have 2 of those in the lining. We will need the slip pocket flap. There's 2 of those in lining. We'll need the 2 magnets. These are sew-in magnets with a plastic sleeve. This can be replaced with a prong magnet if you'd like. And then we're going to need the lining main, which is our final lining main, because now we're down to an accent main with the foam attached to it. That accent main with the foam attached will be used in the next section for the back. So we have a lot of work to do. So we start with the handle, where we have an exterior with a piece of foam. This one I decided to do out of the accent instead of the exterior. We're also going to need to start with the webbing handle. Okay, so we're going to start with these two. On the wrong side of the handle, we're going to mark a line down the center. That is not the center. Let's try that again. Right down the center. And we're going to fold these two sides into that center. You can use a double-sided tape if it will hold with that foam in there. Or you can clip the sides, pin it, however you want to do that. We're going to do that on both sides. And then we're going to take the handle and lay that straight down the center to cover that point where the two edges meet. And we're going to top stitch both sides of the webbing. Now, this is going to be the top of the handle for the bag. So you're going to hold it like this when it's attached to the bag, which means before you attach that webbing, you do have an option of top stitching down these two sides of those raw edges. That stitching will be underneath the handle on the finished side and will never be seen. But if you're going to do that, take the time to stitch it neatly, just because we want our bag to be finished as beautifully as we can. If you're using a material that can be pressed, then before you put this piece of webbing on there, give it a quick press, because you'll find that it'll hold its shape a little bit better for you. Here I've decided just to top stitch down the two sides. So I have two lines of stitching on the back. If you are using a plain webbing, consider top stitching a few times down the length of that. This one is a reflective webbing, which means in the light, it's going to shine really bright. We're then going to take our main top zip gusset. We have an exterior for that. And we are going to find the centers on the two short ends. So as per usual, I'm just going to fold it in half and do a snip. And same with the other end. And we're going to lay this on here. As you can see, the handle is longer than the main top zip gusset piece. This is normal, it's supposed to be. We want our handle to stand up when it's in place. So we're going to line up our centers on these ends, and we're going to baste this in place, just across the end on each end. If you want to double check that that's actually in the center, just bump your ruler up here, your guy, and make sure he's even on both sides. Once it's basted in place, you can see it stands up beautifully. And we're going to take our 2 exterior main side zip gussets, and they're going to be added to this. So we're going to take it, place it right sides together. So I have my scratchy back on this, the treated PVC backing on here. We're just lining up those ends. Okay. And we're going to sew along this short end with our regular seam allowance and our construction stitch. We're then going to flip this back away from the top section and top stitch it. Okay, so one step at a time. So here I've completed that stitching, and when I am sewing handles or straps, I do like to reinforce it by adding some extra stitching within the seam allowance. That just adds strength so that a line of stitching is not holding this handle in place when I lift a heavy bag. We're then going to press this fabric away, and I'm going to top stitch along here. You can top stitch this once or twice, it's up to you. I'm just going to do my single line of top stitching that I've been doing throughout my bag. Once we've completed that top stitching, we're ready to apply the other one to the other end using the exact same process. We're going to put it right sides together, clip it in place. We're going to sew this with a 3/8 seam allowance, and then we're going to press it away from the handle and the center panel and top stitch it. Here we go. We have both of those pieces on there. And now we're going to start calling this the main back zip gusset. Something to note at this point is it should be the same length as your main zip cover and your main front zip gussets. If it's a little bit longer, give it a slight trim, keeping the handle centered, of course. You don't want that off center. We're now, if you're making the main zip cover, that's our next piece. And this is just to protect the zipper. All we're going to do with this guy is fold it in half lengthwise and give it a press. If it's a stubborn material, you may want to sew baste this raw edge so that the 2 layers stay together. Okay, with that main zip cover folded in half, wrong sides together, I'm going to lay it on the main back zip gusset with the raw edge along the raw edge, and I'm going to baste that in place so it doesn't move on me. You could also use double-sided tape for this. Okay. With that zip cover basted in place, we can now take our long zipper, and it should be a little longer than our panel. We're going to place it right side down on top of that. Now you can use double-sided tape for this if you'd like. Run it along the very outside edge of your zipper and place it right side down, lining up that raw edge making sure it's centered side to side. I'm going to do a quick base to hold this in place. And then we're going to add the main front zip gusset. All right, we have that zipper in place. It's just basted for the moment. We're now going to take the lining piece, the main lining zip gusset, and place it on top, right sides together. Okay. It should line up all the way around with your main back zip gusset. We're going to line up this raw edge along the front of it, and that's where we're going to sew with a full seam allowance. This is another place where you could use your double-sided tape. Line it up right along this front edge, stick this in place, and then give it a sew. There we go. We have our lining on top. You can see I basted mine before I sewed it with a full seam allowance. What we're going to do is we are going to flip the lining so it's wrong sides together with the exterior. And in the process, push that lining the zip gusset cover forward over the zipper. So our seam allowance is here between these two pieces for the zip gusset. Our zip cover is pushed forward over the zipper, and our zipper is sticking out. I'm going to give this a press on both sides, especially with that cotton lining. I want to make sure it's pulled all the way back away from my zipper. And then we'll deal with the top stitching. All right, here you can see it's been pressed away from the zipper. So we have the zipper sticking out in the front, and the lining and the exterior are wrong sides together. When we flip it over and look at the inside, you can see that my lining is pressed neatly away from the zipper as well. We are going to top stitch this along the seam on the gusset, not on the zipper cover. So we're going to top stitch along this edge, and at the same time, we're going to baste the 3 raw edges close together. So top stitching that larger stitch length and just that 1/8 seam allowance. Here we go. We are top stitched and basted. And now if you're like me and want to put your zipper pulls on a little late in the game, now is the time to do that. This is a double zipper, so the zipper heads are going to come together in the center, which means one has to come on from each end. Perfect. Compensated with a zipper tooth or so further. Now at this time, you can trim your zipper ends to be even. I do like to leave my zipper tape hanging out a little bit into my seam allowance, just to give a little more structure at the ends and a little more strength there. But I am going to melt those ends since I didn't when I cut the zipper. Nobody wants those fraying out. And because I'm using polyester thread, I can melt any of those thread ends as well. All right, now we're ready for the main front zip gusset to be added to. So we are going to start with, what does my instructions say? Here we have an exterior. You're going to want to fold that zip cover out of the way and lay this right side down on top of that. Now make sure it's centered so that your ends line up with the ends here as well. This is going to be really important because you don't want to offset this front accidentally. So as per usual, I'm going to sew baste mine in place. This one is going to go right side down on top. Throw some clips in here. Bending that zip cover out of the way. Also make sure your zip heads don't get stuck in that seam because stitching over those doesn't really happen well. And then the lining is also going to go on that zipper. If your lining is right side up, then your zipper is also going to be right side up, so your linings are right sides together. And I'm going to clip that on there as well. Again, for this, you can use double-sided tape. However you'd like to do that. I'm going to sew baste mine in place. Then we're going to repeat the same steps. We're going to bring our lining and our exteriors wrong sides together. We're going to top stitch and baste the 3 sides. So here I've added the front gusset. We have it lined up on the 2 ends there, so it's even with the back gusset. I have my 2 zipper pulls on, and I've top stitched and basted all the way around. As I mentioned, you can trim your zippers off the end so that this is a perfect rectangle. I'm going to leave mine. They'll get caught in a seam allowance a little bit later when I add my base gusset to this. But she's a thing of beauty. We're going to find our centers on it. So fold it in half, bring the ends together. And I'm going to place a snip up here. And we're going to do the same thing for the front. Make sure she's folded in half neatly. Find that very center. I'm going to place a snip in there. And then finally, we're going to measure out from the center along the back edge, not the front, but along the back where you have that zipper cover and the handle. And we're going to take our hanger webbing. Okay. This is the guy that allows you to hang your bag on a hook. And we're going to lay this with the inside edge of it along our marks. So it's kind of easier to go inside the handle. We'll put one there. And then the other one, we're going to bring it around, making sure it stays not twisted. And we'll line him up with the mark as well. Okay. I'm going to baste these in place, and then we're going to set aside this entire top gusset for the main section. All right, so that is basted in place. And he's going to be the part that hangs the bag on a hook when not in use. We're now going to move to the water bottle pocket, and we're starting with the exterior pieces for the water bottle channel. So we have 2 exteriors. We're going to start with just one of them. We're going to work on the wrong side of it, so we're going to place it right side down. We're going to fold these ends in as per the measurement in the pattern and top stitch them. So I like to take the measurement and double it so that I can draw a line that distance in. I'll then fold to that line And that allows me to fold that exact measurement in, but keeping it even. All right, now I do top stitch this on both of those folded edges. This channel is going to hold your elastic. So at least one line of top stitching on each of those ends. Okay, once we've top stitched both ends, we're then going to take it and wrong sides together, fold it in half lengthwise. And we're going to baste along that long raw edge. Okay, once it's basted, we have this little channel. You can see how it's hollow from the ends, but closed up on the raw edge. We'll set that aside for the moment. And we'll grab our water bottle pockets. Now these pieces are accent pieces and lining. We're going to grab one of the accents and one of the lining and set the other two aside with our other water bottle pocket channel. And on the back side of a lining one, we're going to do some drawing. Okay, so make sure that it is the right direction. It's not a perfect square. It's a little bit wider than it is tall. So double check, see which way is the wider way. This one's wider for me. We want to make sure we've got that width. So I'm going to start with the bottom measurement. Double check this on your pattern. We're going to draw a line across the bottom all the way. We're then going to measure in from the two sides and draw lines in the appropriate distance from both sides. Okay, so again, double check your pattern measurements. You want to make sure that these are accurate. Okay, so we're going to set this with an accent water bottle pocket right side up. Again, double check your directions. It should be wider than it is taller. I'm good with this one. Then we're going to take the water bottle channel and center it along the top. Easiest way to find centers, we're going to fold in half and make a mark. And we'll fold this guy in half and make a mark. Okay. Centered side to side. I'm going to clip those in place. No shifting on me. If you'd like, you could sew baste that in place. We're then going to set this guy right side down on top, and as he's the same size as the accent piece, we should just be able to line up all of our edges. Okay, so I am starting with the top corners, lining those up. And then once I flatten her out, I'm just going to re-clip those water bottle channel and accent pieces in place. I'm also going to put a clip down at the bottom on each corner, because what we're going to do is we're going to sew across the top with your full seam allowance. Don't forget to backstitch at the two ends just so that this doesn't come out when we go to turn it right side out. I'm then going to stitch directly on my boxed corners here. Now these aren't official boxed corners, these are just boxes in my corners. I'm going to backstitch at the start there. I'm going to sew straight across that line until I come to this intersection, and I'm going to leave my needle down, and then I'm going to stitch straight down here. Okay, so I'm stitching directly on these lines, not the center one, but these two that intersect to form this corner. Okay, so once we've done that sewing, we've gone across the top and we've sewn directly on our corner lines. We do want to snip the excess out of those corners before we turn this right side out. So I'm going to snip up here and across in each corner, getting rid of this excess fabric here, approximately, and this is approximate, it doesn't have to be perfect, 1/4 of an inch from the side, leaving a 1/4 inch seam allowance there. Now, I'm also going to cut directly into those stitches I did. Not through the stitches, but right up to those stitches. So I'm going to cut on an angle, getting as close to those stitches as I possibly can without cutting through them on both of those. To check that, you can pull it open, make sure your stitching is still intact. That's a key thing there. And then we're ready to turn this right side out. You can do that through the bottom or the side. The side is a bigger gap, so it's a little easier to reach through. All right, now use a turning tool just to press out those edges, all of those seams. It's just going to push them out a little bit better where you can't do it yourself. Along those bottom seams as well. Now, because I am using cotton as my lining, I can give this a really good press and make sure that my lining is pressed flat here. Okay. And something I'll want to do is just take a moment to roll those seams so when you're looking at it, you're not seeing the lining behind it. Okay. So here, I'll just take a moment. I'll just roll that so that the lining is behind the exterior accent. All right, so I'm going to give this a quick press. All right, she's pressed. And now I'm going to top stitch along this top edge. You are able to top stitch these corners if you'd like to. That's optional. And you're welcome to baste the sides. However, the key thing here is just top stitching this top edge. I'll leave the rest of it. All right, with it top stitched just along that top edge, I'm now ready to put it on the main side gusset. So let's grab those pieces. We have 2 exteriors. We're only going to need 1 for the moment. Let's take this one. Okay. We're going to find the center along the bottom of this piece, which is the skinny end. It is taller than it is wide. So we're going to find the bottom. We're also going to find the bottom center on this guy, because anytime I say you need to center something, it's easier to have a mark to line up than it is to just measure from the 2 outside edges to make sure it's centered. Okay, and I'm going to set this one centered along that bottom edge. Okay, you can see how he doesn't come quite to each side. That is correct. We're going to clip him in place. We're also going to measure up a specific measurement on each side according to the pattern. I'm going to put a mark there in the seam allowance. And we're going to bring these sides down to that mark and align that raw edge. And we'll do that on the other side as well. Now, to ensure he's even on both sides, you can toss your ruler down there, that he's even from the top edge as well. And we're going to baste the two sides and the bottom now. All right, it's basted on the two sides and the bottom, and that's a pocket ready to go. Now you're going to repeat all those steps for your second water bottle pocket as well. And once you've got two of those, we can take the exterior main base gusset and attach that. Okay, so pop this off. And what we're going to do is we're going to take one of these pockets, set it right side down along that end. I am smooshing it really good so it's flat. We're going to align it along there. And we're going to sew that with a full seam allowance and your construction stitch. Construction stitch. And we'll do the same thing on this end. Set him down. Flip him in place. And sew this guy with a full seam allowance as well. Okay, so once those are sewn, we are going to press the seam allowance to the base. So we're going to press the seam allowance down this way, and we're going to top stitch on the base gusset for both of these. Right there and right there. All right, this is our base gusset now. We're ready to bring back the main zip gusset. Just poking out my pockets. They're gonna get smooshed more, but we're going to set one end right side up. We're going to tuck that channel out of the way, and you may actually want to use a clip to keep it out of the way. Let's grab one. All right. And because this is symmetrical, it doesn't matter which one's front and back, but we're going to take our zipper gusset and we're going to place it right side down on top and align these short ends and clip these guys together. Time for some more clips over here. Okay. Just gonna set that down. We're now going to grab our lining main base gusset, our main lining base gusset. And we're going to set that right side down on top so that our linings are right sides together. Again, aligning that short end. Now, something you can do when you don't want things to shift is put a clip next to the one you already have before you remove it. All right, we are ready to sew this end with a full seam allowance, and don't forget your construction stitch. When I do this sewing, I do actually like to stitch a little extra over my zipper, just in that seam allowance, kind of like I do my strap anchors or anywhere that I've got a stress point. So in the seam allowance, I'll do some zigzagging over that zipper. All right, so you can see where I've done that reinforcement over the zipper. We've sewn this with a full seam allowance. And now I'm going to peel back my lining and my exterior of that base gusset. Press them away from the top gusset and top stitch right along that seam that we just did. Then we're going to repeat that for the other end. So let's get this top stitched. Okay. Once it's top stitched, I can take that clip out, and we're going to do the other end by taking the base gusset and bringing its end all the way across, right sides together with the opposite end. Now don't forget, keep your water bottle channel out of the way, and we're going to line up that end. Right sides together with the exteriors. Turn it over and bring your lining down the exact same way. Right sides together. And we'll do the same thing. We're going to sew this end with a full seam allowance and our construction stitch. Then we're going to turn these right side out and top stitch them. Okay, so I've sewn this second end. Again, I've reinforced my stitching over my zipper teeth. And we're going to turn that right side out. Remove the extra clip from my channel there. Oh. Make sure it's turned right side out all the way around. Okay, and you should have a whole loop going on here, which is correct. Okay, you're going to top stitch along that second side, just like we did the first one. But this time we're also going to baste these two layers together, your lining and your exterior, all the way down these two long sides. And that's going to give you one big gusset ring. All right, we now have our zipper gusset. It's a big loop. It's been basted together, so you have lining and exteriors all together. We have one last step for this gusset, which is to add our elastic into it and baste the ends in place. So we do have this 1-inch wide water bottle elastic. And what you're going to do is you're going to insert it into this channel. Something I like to do is take my turning tool, fold it over that end, and then push it through. Okay, now make sure your elastic is flat in there. Okay. And then you're going to baste the ends of the elastic right above the edge of the water bottle pocket. And you'll see how it overlaps this seam. And we'll do that for the other water bottle pocket as well. All right, so our water bottle pockets are completed. That means our entire main section gusset is completed. And we now need to put it on the front section. So let's find those center markings again. Are you getting tired of folding your bags in half? So we've already found the one on the back, but, oh, and I have the one on the front, on the top. But at the bottom, we need to also do those. So I'm going to bring these two seams together. Bring this down. You should see how it's symmetrical, and your pockets should line up on both sides. And we're going to put our snip into the center of the base. Okay, we'll flip this over, and on the back side of this, do the same thing. Line up our seams coming all the way down here, even our base seam there, and add a marking. Also take a moment to trim any extra threads you have laying around. They may get in the way. You can also melt a number of these. Really depends what tool I happen to have in my hand. Okay. I am going to run a lighter over a couple of edges that I think could use it, especially at that elastic. And again, some of those threads. Excellent. All right. So we're going to grab that front section, and we have our gusset. Now on this front, we have our lining piece on the back here. I'm going to find my main section gusset alignment markings. I already have a bottom marking and a top marking from when we did other construction. But I noticed that on this piece, I don't see this pattern piece marking. So I'm just going to quickly pop that on there. Just lining up my centers since this was a cut on fold piece. And you can see that front section gusset alignment lines up with that front gusset. But this time we want our main section gusset alignment to line up with our main gusset. So I'm going to mark this on the lining in the seam allowance. We'll do that on this other side too. Something I find helpful is to snip into that marking on the pattern piece and fold it at a triangle. That means I'll be able to see it when it's face down. Alrighty, now I'm going to need a number of clips for this. We're going to set the front section right side up. Okay, again, make sure your markings are visible. You're then going to take this gusset and turn it inside out. And when you're looking at this, remember our front section of the gusset was the skinny one, and the bigger one was the back. The big also has that hanging webbing. So we're going to work with the front of our gusset, and we're going to open it up and set it down on top. Okay, grab those clips. And I'm going to clip the top front center of the gusset with the front center of the front section. And then I'm going to clip the bottom, making sure I come all the way down to the bottom gusset there and bring this bottom section marking all the way down. Okay. Now you're going to be smooshing your water bottle pockets, so smoosh down the front edge of those and push them towards the back. We don't want to catch extra water bottle pocket fabric in this seam when we go to do it. I'm going to flip this over now and take this gusset and find my gusset marking and line those up. And I'm sure you can feel already you're getting into some of that bulk, which is why it's so key that we use the proper materials for a project like this. Okay, so a few right there. And on this side, the same thing. I have my marking here and my gusset seam right here. I'm going to bring those together. All right, from here, we can continue clipping all the way around. Okay, this is a game where you're going to flip things around, double take that things are aligned nicely, and then probably flip back to the lining side so you can focus on getting your clips in place. So I'm going to do a straight edge like we've practiced on all the others along that bottom. As with our other gussets, you're going to find that it looks really tight and that I'm bunchy here in the corners. That just means I need to use my scissors and snip into my gusset to get around that. So I'm going to finish coming down this straight side here on both sides. And then I'm going to snip into my gusset piece, not the corner, but the gusset, or sorry, not the body, but the gusset, just to help spread that around. Okay, so no more than 1/4 inch, basically something less than your seam allowance. Now, typically when I do this, I will flip this over so that my main panel is against the table. So let's do that. And then we can spread that gusset out to align it properly around that corner. All right, now like all other gussets, you can base this in place doing the straight edges first or the easy sections first, and then come back and do your corners. Or you can do that with a full seam allowance even without doing the basting. If you struggle with these corners, because we have enough of a seam allowance, you could easily put some staples, just a home stapler, into those corners to keep the fabrics from misaligning as you go around them. Keep those out of the, or in the seam allowance so that your needle doesn't hit them. Okay. And then you do want to remove those staples before you trim the seam allowance and before you bind the seam. just to make sure it stays out of the way. And who wants to set a metal detector off anywhere? I'm just kidding. Okay, so again, I'm going to want to snip into this gusset to help it ease around that corner. You can also open your main gusset zipper to give you a little more flexibility, because then it's a smaller piece of fabric that you're trying to clip in place. And smaller pieces of fabric have more flexibility. Oh, gonna need another snip here. There we go. She comes right out to the edges now. All right, so if we take a look at the lining side, you can see where we've got all those clips in place. Again, you can do this in stages instead of doing it all at once at your machine. Do the two sides, do the bottom and the top, and then come back to approach all those corners that you need to put snips into to get it evenly around. Okay, so this is now ready to be sewn with a full seam allowance. You can do a scant seam allowance, a scant 3/8, because this seam is going to be bound. And binding is a very personal thing. People have their preferred methods of doing binding. I do give 3 options in the pattern. None of them are wrong. It's personal preference. I do enjoy binding with a fold over elastic myself, but I have a friend that absolutely hates that method. So really, it's personal preference. You do have the option of binding this now in the pattern. I do bind this after we've got the other side on and do the binding of both seams at one time. So let's get this guy sewn on, because then we've got some inside pockets to do. Once we've completed that sewing, we should have this gusset in place all the way around the front. So if you turn it right side out, you should be able to see if you've got puckers that you want to address or any issues. Oh, it's coming along. We're almost there. So our next step is to put together the large slip pocket with the slip pocket flap. So we're going to need our 2 large slip pocket pieces that are lining. And we're going to need one of our magnetic snaps or sew-in magnets. Now with these guys, if you put them together the wrong way, you'll see that they repel each other. So you do want to choose which side you want to deal with for each of these, the slip pocket flap and the slip pocket. So start with just one of them, and we'll use that on the slip pocket, and then we'll confirm which side we need for the slip pocket flap. So the slip pocket is wider than it is tall, so do make sure that you have it sitting the right way directionally. And we're going to need the center along the top edge for us to properly place our magnetic snap, our magnet. So we are going to take this slip pocket, make sure it's wrong side up in front of you, and you're going to do your measurement down and make sure it's centered side to side. Oh, this is the double ruler. That threw me off for a moment. Okay, so that's my center mark. Something you might consider doing, because we want to center this on that mark, is actually making it a larger mark so that you can center something directly on it. So just by offering yourself a larger placement, we can now center this guy right there. You could use some double-sided tape or some glue to temporarily hold that in place. I don't have either handy at the moment, so I'm going to toss a couple pins in there. Making sure it stays centered. And what we want to do is we want to top stitch this all the way around nice and evenly, capturing that plastic all the way. So I'm going to top stitch 1/8 of an inch away from the outside edge of the plastic. This means that I'm not going to get so close to the magnet that my foot is being pulled over onto it. And keep in mind, it's your bobbin that's going to show through here when we're done. So do leave your tails, your thread tails long, and then we're going to pull them to the back so that they're hidden from view. You can backstitch when you start and stop this one. That will be visible on the back side. More importantly though, when you start, hold your top thread end when you put your needle down to start. That's going to prevent that bundling of thread on the back side or that nesting of thread on the back side. So I'm going to top stitch this all the way around. Here we can see I've left my thread tails long on the front and on the back. And what I'm going to do is I'm on the back where I want to tie them off, is I'm going to tug on it until I see the front thread come up. And then I'm going to use my stiletto to pull the loop up so I can tie these together. And then do the same thing for the other thread. It's difficult to see as it's so light. Something I do like to do once I've tied each thread off is I'll tie the two sets together. Not sure that it makes a difference, but I feel it does. And it doesn't matter how many times you tie it. Do what makes you feel comfortable and trim them up. And now I have it top stitched around that one, and that's a magnetic snap installed. If you're not using these sew-in magnetic snaps, you could insert your prong hardware in the same place that's identified in the pattern. Just make sure you are centering it. And I would add some stabilizer behind the magnetic snap just to make sure that it can't pull through. Now we're going to take our other lining piece of the large slip pocket, line them up, and we're going to stitch along that top edge with a full seam allowance. And then we're going to turn it right side out so that these two are wrong sides together. And then we will top stitch. All right, with these sewn together along the top edge, we're just going to turn them wrong sides together. Our magnet top stitched in place is our outside piece or our visible piece. However, it could be either one, as you could have this side instead as the outside of the pocket instead of the inside. It has the same amount of fabric between the next magnet and that magnet as it does on the other side. So there's no right or wrong at this point. However, I'm now going to top stitch along that top edge. And then we're going to put it on the big main. So with that top stitching in place now, we're going to bring back our main panels, and we still have that accent with the foam left over. We're not done with them yet. We've got this lining though we're going to use up now. We're going to set the lining pocket, the large slip pocket, centered on top here. And you're going to know it's centered because you don't have a lot of excess on the sides. So I'm going to flip this over so you can see. It should sit nicely, evenly across the bottom, evenly right here, and you should have an even amount sticking out on each side here. Okay, so it should be nice and centered side to side. And if you take a ruler and measure down from the top, it should be pretty even on each side here, which it is. So grab some clips or some pins. You're not going to want this puppy moving on you. And we're going to baste this in place. As much as the diagrams show it from the front side, we're going to baste it from the back side so that we can follow this edge of the main panel. With this now basted in place, I'm going to trim the excess pocket from that panel. If I have a rotary cutting mat and a rotary cutter, I'll normally use that and just follow along the outside edge. And we're ready for our flap, our slip pocket flap that's going to go right above that. If you wanted, this slip pocket could have a piece of fusible fleece in there just to add a little bit more padding for the device you're going to insert. So the slip pocket flaps are these two lining pieces. And we're going to do the same thing with these that we just did with that other one. We're going to use our ruler on the wrong side of it. We're going to measure up this time instead of down and place our mark to set our magnetic snap on top of. Now, when you go to set this one down, this is where you want to make sure that you're putting it the right way. So I'm bringing that pocket back, and I'm just going to find out that repels. I cannot connect that. So I want this side to actually be the one, because that's what attaches. So this one is going to go here. And that means that this piece is going to attach like so. So just like with the slip pocket, we're going to center this on here, hold it in place, and we're going to top stitch around. Again, make sure you do hold your top thread when you put your needle down for the first stitch. That will prevent the nesting on the back side. And we're going to top stitch around and pull our threads to the back again. All right, so here we've done that top stitching around. And again, I have my threads long. So we're going to grab this back one, give it a tug, and we get that little loop from the front thread. I'm going to pull that up and tie those two together. So same thing with the other thread. I'm going to give it a tug, and it pulls up this little loop. We're going to pull it up and tie those together. We're now going to flip this right side up and take our other slip pocket flap and set it right side down on top. Now, just so that we can see where the magnet is, we're going to stitch down one side, across the bottom, and back up the other side, leaving the turning gap at the top. We're going to leave that unsewn. Now, if you decide that you want to curve these corners, you are more than welcome to. It does not impact the design of this at all. Do not shorten this piece here, though. We do want to leave enough space between the magnet and the bottom edge that it's easy to top stitch. Not just so that you can top stitch, but that it's easy to top stitch. So again, we're going to stitch, back stitching at the beginning, all the way down across and back up, back stitch again. And then we will turn this right side out and top stitch it. With this sewn around all three sides, I've left that top edge open. I'm just going to nip the tips on these corners, and then we're going to press this and turn it right side out. Here we have it pressed, ready for top stitching. But before I start that top stitching, I'm going to lay this on my pocket. First, make sure that it magnets closed, not repels. And decide which way it needs to go. In this case, it's going to go this way, which is the clean side, with that bobbin thread going against the bobbin thread here. So I'm going to top stitch with it this way up. We're going to baste the top edge and top stitch down, across, and over, finishing that flap up before we attach it. All right, we're top stitched, ready to roll. I'm going to find the center on that raw edge, the usual technique. And we'll center this along the top edge. I'm going to baste that in place. And then we have an optional top stitch. That top stitch is if you're working with a smaller laptop that may be fitting inside this bag, this may be a little excess floppiness that's not necessary. So if somebody has a 13-inch laptop or a 15-inch laptop, it might be a little floppy for them. So top stitching down a little further is an option, just across, just to hold this flap from lifting up quite as much. I'm not going to do that today. My laptop's a little bigger, so I'm just going to baste across that top edge. So with that basted, that creates my inside piece. It's ready to roll. And at this point, you could test your laptop, remembering that you're going to have a seam allowance coming all the way around the edges. So you're going to lose about 3/4 of an inch to an inch of space there because of that seam allowance. But we're ready to roll. Construct the back. So we have some pieces to put together, and we're going to come up with this full back panel by the end of it. Okay, so we have our bottom strap anchors here that we're going to put together. We have our straps that we're going to manufacture here, and then our strap support. And finally, we're going to put it together with our large slip pocket panel. And that is our back. To construct the back panel, we're going to need the following pieces. We are going to start with the strap anchor. I've cut this one out of accent instead of just my exterior fabric. We're going to require our 4 straps. These are out of exterior. Again, I've cut some accent instead of just exterior. These have foam attached to 2 of them, 2 that are symmetrical, or sorry, 2 that are mirrored to each other. We're then going to need the strap support, as well as our final main panel out of accent. Also, we're going to need our 2 straps top webbings. I've got mine out of this reflective webbing. 2 strap bottom pieces of webbing. I've kept those plain. No need to use my really good webbing on those strap bottoms. And finally, we're going to need our ladder locks, which I do have in this hard black plastic. I find that these actually last a really long time. They don't go anywhere. We're going to start with that strap anchor. And I'm bringing my cutting mat up here because we're going to start with a cut on this guy. We're going to cut him in half diagonally, so directly across, point to point. So I use a rotary cutter and a ruler. I'm going to line up my ruler with each of these points so that I can cut it perfectly diagonally and give her a slice. Do triangles. We're then going to take our strap bottoms there we go. And we're going to take this, and where we have that angle we cut, we're just going to fold it so that those angles line up. Okay. Now if we flip it over, it'll look like the diagram, depending upon how the camera shows it to you. You can see we have a folded side here, and we have our straight side here. I'm just going to clip the top corner of that. I like to keep that fold on the bottom aligned with me, and I'm going to insert this between the layers, sticking out of that fold. There's a measurement on the pattern that you want to make sure it's sticking out of this raw edge, which doesn't need to be perfectly accurate, but you do want both of your strap anchors to stick out the same amount. Okay. So our webbing is snug right against this bottom fold and it's sticking out there. We're now going to sew this with a full seam allowance right down there. And then we're going to turn it right side out and do some top stitching. With this sewn, with that full seam allowance, we're now going to turn it right side out. If you've used a waterproof canvas that's PVC backed or a heavier material for this, you may find it a little cumbersome and you may want to snip some extra fabric out of this bottom where that fold is in the seam allowance. However, with this nice printed stuff, I can just turn this right side out. And you can see how my strap is going to lay right along that fold along the bottom once turned right side out. Okay, what we want to do now is we want to top stitch along the fold and the sewn edge. We want to do this at least twice, but I like to actually fill this with lines that are about 1/4 inch away from each other. That adds stability to this webbing that's in between it, the layers, which is why it doesn't matter quite how much you've got in there, but you do want it to stick right to that edge so that when we put this in a seam, you are catching webbing in there too, because this is a part that gets a lot of stress on it in your bag. So we're now going to top stitch that L shape. If you're working on the other one, flip it over because you do want two that are mirrored to each other on your bag. But if your bobbin is the same as your top, doesn't matter which way you do this. I also do baste this raw edge together. That's really optional because once you've done this stitching a number of times, it's not shifting on you. With your top stitching, you can see I've done 4 lines, and you're going to repeat all of that for your second one. And that gives you 2 strap anchors. At this time, you can optionally trim off that little tab that's sticking out and take the time to trim those threads. And they are ready to roll. Our next item is the strap. So we're going to need the strap pieces. So this is again 4 straps made out of the exterior. There's 2 mirrored to each other. I've made 2 from the accent and 2 from the regular exterior fabric. What we're going to do is we're going to take one of our strap tops, just need one of those. Mine are quite curly today. And I'm going to take my strap piece that has the foam. And on your pattern piece, there's a little bit of a flat edge right at the very end there. We're going to stick this on top, right side down. Make sure some is protruding. There's a measurement in your pattern. You're going to clip that in place and baste that in place. So we're just going to baste about the same distance that you did your foam basting. So just 1/8 of an inch, 1/4 inch right there. And then we're going to sandwich this with our lining so that we can turn this right side out as a tube. All right, with my webbing having a right and a wrong way, I did decide that the right way would be to have the exterior fabric right side up and my webbing right side up, so that when I put this on and I do the final top stitching, my webbing will be right side up like this. So I did flip my webbing over. Now we're going to take one of the other pieces. So this is two mirrored pieces together. And I'm going to put them right sides together and just clip them in place. Okay, when I clip one side, I'm then going to tuck my webbing in there so that I can clip the other side. Make sure your webbing stays out of your seam allowance on both sides. That's going to be really important for this step. And we're going to stitch with our seam allowance down one side, across the bottom, and back up. Now with this one, you can actually do this with a slightly smaller seam allowance. In fact, I think I mentioned that in the pattern. We're going to do this with a slightly smaller seam allowance. Make sure you're using your construction stitch and back stitching at these two tops. We are leaving this turning gap at the very top here, which isn't very much. So if you have a lot of thickness to these straps, I would recommend considering changing one of the materials to something a little lighter. Alternatively, you can leave a turning gap on the side, turn those under when we flip this right side out, because we can top stitch all the way around. All right, once I've sewn my strap together, you can see I've got that seam allowance on each side. I do like to take a moment to see if I can trim some of that foam out of that seam allowance. In this case, with the seam allowance being fairly small, it's not likely. I can get a little sliver off. Really not worth a lot of effort here. Do make sure you're not cutting your fabrics. Just foam if you do decide to take the effort to trim this back. This just reduces a little bit of the bulk along the edges. When you use foam, you may get a little puffy edge showing after you've turned something, and this just helps to eliminate that. That puffy edge generally shows because you have two layers of foam right there in that seam allowance. All right, and as per usual, I did do some extra stitching at the bottom where my strap is, just to reinforce that and make sure that that stress area has lots of stitching. Now we're going to turn this right side out. Now a lot of the time when I turn something right side out, I'll start at the top, turning it from the open edge. In this case, on this guy, I'm going to pull my two materials apart and push up from the bottom. Make sure that you do have the materials apart, not just the foam pulled off of the material. Okay. And then I'll use a turning tool to push the end in and get it started. I can also tug on that webbing from the top, so that helps as well. So I'm using a dull end to help push this in. And again, depending upon your materials is how challenging this is going to be. With this having a coating, it is a little more challenging for me, so I'll have to take some extra time here. Once you get started, it does get easier. All right, once that tube is turned, I drop my turning tool in so that I can rub it along all the seams to make sure that it gets pushed out nicely. So just drop that all the way into the bottom, and then I'll grab the top of it here and start pushing out these edges. Excellent. So you can see I've pushed out all the way around that bottom, and that just really makes a difference. Thing of beauty. If there's any edges that you want to push out a little extra more, drop your tool back in, give it another press. Now that you've put all that work in to turn it right side out, we're going to top stitch all the way around the outside edge. Make sure you know what's front and back so that your bobbin can be on the back side. Mine is nice and clear because I have this fun print on the outside, and then this is going to be against my body. If you're using air mesh, this is great to have against your body, or the air mesh is great to have against your body. Tons of options on that. So let's top stitch this guy. You can baste across the top edge if you'd like. Our bottom line is we want to flatten all these edges down around the seam. All right, we've done some top stitching, and I've actually done up my second strap as well. I know it's not in the instructions to do it yet, but I do like to have it done for this next step. Our next step is to add our ladder lock. Okay, now our ladder lock has these 3 bars. The top is really just a part of the frame, same with the bottom tab. These are the 2 bars that we're going to work with our straps. So our top strap is going to go around this bar and sit below that top framing. Okay. So we're going to go underneath and over. All right, so it's going to sit like that. There is a measurement in the pattern for how far down this fold should be. And the bigger, more important thing is making sure that both of these are even. Now, just a little more information on that ladder lock. When we're looking at it, there are teeth on the backside typically, or on top of the bottom bar. And that's because your strap bottom, when it goes on, those teeth are used to keep it from adjusting out of place while you're wearing it. So those teeth in this case are right down here, and that means that when wearing it, those straps aren't going anywhere because those teeth dig into it. If the teeth are actually on the bar, then it's really gripping on top as opposed to on the bottom, but still the same thing. So to determine your right or wrong way of your ladder lock is just to determine whether the teeth are on the frame or they're on the bar. Plus, with black plastic hardware, you typically get these little round circles where the mold was holding it in place when it was manufactured. Those typically, I'm going to say typically, go on the back. So I'm going to put this one on my second strap. And now what we want to do is bring that webbing up our strap. You can use double-sided tape, you could use a glue for this, however you want to hold it. I've used pins when I don't have a fancy webbing like this. I don't want to leave pin marks in my reflective finish on here. Your strap should come up to the top like so when you've used the proper measurements. And we're going to top stitch it in place, centered all the way down, even with those curves. Okay. And you can see where I've got that fold. You want to make sure that your webbing isn't off like that. You want to make sure your webbing lines up with each other there. And I will typically do this without pinning or clipping or anything. I'll just lay it down, make sure I understand what the job is. Make sure you've got some at the top there for the curve. Start at the top, top stitch all the way down one side, come across at the bottom. Choose where you're going to come across at the bottom. In the pattern, I do have you come across along just that webbing. Sometimes it's a design decision. I'll come across where my top stitch is on the strap, and sometimes I'll bring my stitching just off the strap, come across, and then come back up. It's really your call. Whatever you do on one, do it for the second one. Make sure that this distance is even. Make sure that where you're top stitching across is the same place on both of them, because you will see this, and it's something that you want to make sure is even. So I'm going to top stitch this in place. So once you've top stitched your webbing in place, you should have two straps that are mirrored to each other. You can trim any excess webbing off the top, make this smooth, get rid of your extra threads. And your straps are ready to roll. I'm really excited about that reflective webbing on there. I think it looks amazing. Now we have our strap support, which is this big piece. We are going to flip it over, look at the back of it, and we're going to draw a line down the center of it. Oh, gotta find my pen. There we go. We're then going to fold our sides, or our top and bottom, to that line. Now you can give this a press if you'd like. You can use clips to hold it in place. This is just prepping it, and really having that crease in place is bottom line to our construction. So in the case of this material, I know I can press it. The PVC backing does then stick to itself because I'm melting it a little bit. And that'll hold it in place. You could use double-sided tape. Just recognize that you're going to be sewing some lines down this later once we've attached it to our backpack. So make sure you're using a tape either right in the center that's really sticky, or something that can be sewn through on the sides or on the top and bottom. Okay. And that is your strap support ready to roll. I will press this before we go to use it. And finally, let's pull out this mane. Oh, this is our last piece that we haven't touched yet. So this is the accent mane. And we're going to mark some lines directly on the surface of this. I'm quite surprised. I got these tails going perfectly straight up. I'm assuming they're kind of dragon tails in my opinion, but I don't know. Check out Wonderground Fabric for that one. We are going to make a couple of markings on the surface of this. Make sure that your marking tool will be removable. The measurements are in the pattern. So I'm going to make the first measurement. I am using the top edge of my main to make sure that it's straight. And I'm using a silver marking pen from So Whatever Studios to make sure I can see where these belong. So the first, or the bottom measurement, the lower measurement, the bigger measurement, is the one that's going to go all the way across. The other measurement, we don't need it to go all the way across, but we certainly do need it in the middle here. We also want to make sure we know where the center of our panel is. So when I use a ruler like this, I'll line up a number on my center mark that I've already got marked on this panel so that I can easily mark where that center is. All right, so you may not be able to see those, but they are marked. Now for that bottom measurement, if I look ahead in the pattern, I know that that's where my strap support is going to lay. So I'm not going to be stitching on this side of that measurement. So something you can do is when you lay your ruler down, if you're finding it's difficult to mark that, I think I did a wrong measurement there. No, I did it right. If you're finding it's difficult to mark that, just lining up my numbers again, make sure I've got that correct. I'll use painter's tape, masking tape, something like that to give me that line. So I'm going to toss that on there this time so that you can see it. Do double check it with your material. If you're using a vinyl, sometimes painter's tape can still take the surface off your vinyls or your faux leathers. So I'm laying it right next to the edge so that I have that line marked for myself. I did get it wrong the first time. I'm double checking this again. This time I'm right. And the second one was correct. All right. So apparently I drew the line wrong the first time anyways. So this is my lower measurement, or my larger measurement from the top. And then I have my second measurement right there. Oh, do you feel like we're getting there? We're almost done. We're getting there. Now we're going to use the diagram to help us with this, because we kind of want to make rabbit ears. We're going to see the wrong side of our straps, and we're going to use the top line. We're going to line up the center with our center mark and make sure this stays nicely along our line that we drew. Wow. I'm going to clip the strap in place, and I am going to put a pin in here. Now, I know that my materials will show pinhole markings at the end of my project. However, we're going to eventually take this strap support and lay it over top. So as you can see, we're actually going to be covering up a good chunk of our straps here. So it's safe to use some pins in this case. So this one, same thing. We're going to line it up with that center mark and make sure this edge is nice and even with our line here. And you can see how I'm making some bunny ears. He's sticking out both ways. I'm going to use some clips to hold him from shifting. Oh, broke that clip. Clips. And another pin to keep the bottom from moving on me. All right, we're going to baste these in place. Now, because you saw how much room we have with our strap support, when we go to baste this in place, I am going to use my larger stitch length. I can reduce that to 2.5 if I want, as long as this is a material that's not perforable, which means that this material being a waterproof canvas, I'm not going to perforate it like I would a leather or a vinyl or a faux leather. So I can use my smaller stitch length. It'll give a little more structure. What we're going to do is we have about an inch of space here before you're going to see your stitches underneath that strap support. So we are going to baste the hell out of this. We're going to go across these. You can do one at a time. Just keep stitching across this to reinforce it. Okay, and you're going to do the same on this one. You can do it as individuals or you can do it as a whole. So I'm going to put these in place. I'm going to take my pins out before I stitch on them, which means I'm going to start my stitching probably right about a ½ inch from the bottom edge of those raw edges. Stitch across. This doesn't need to look pretty. This needs to be sturdy. This is about reinforcing your straps to make sure that you don't wreck your fabric. It doesn't tear out. All right, this is what that basting looks like. Okay, so you can see I've stitched the hell right out of this. Now, when you do this, you'll take note, it is actually just above our interfacing. So on a leather bag or something where the fabric itself may not have a little bit of strength, I might put a small piece of woven interfacing back there, but there is a reason it's outside of this woven interfacing. That's not the purpose of this stabilizer or this interfacing. That'll come later on the structure of the bag. So, stitch the hell right out of that guy. He's ready to roll. I somehow have a white thread in there, but it's going to be fine. We're now going to take that strap support. Okay, so we have our prepared strap support. I've given mine a good press. And we're going to line it up with the line along that bottom. So that further down line, which is where my tape is here. Okay, I'm going to clip him in place. All right, now we've got a couple of things to do here. Number one, we're going to top stitch the bottom edge. I like to do this twice. Give it a 1/8 from the edge and then a 1/4 inch from that. Give me lots of detail along this guy. The other thing you need to do is top stitch the same along the top. So whatever you're going to do on the bottom, you're going to do on the top. So here's how I do this at my machine. I will do my very first line of stitching along the bottom here, do a single line of top stitching. Then I'm going to do a single line of top stitching along the top edge. But I do back stitching on this for reinforcement of these straps. I do back stitching when I come onto my strap, and I do back stitching when I'm coming off of it. So same thing with this one. Back stitching on both those sides. So what I'll do is I'll start at an end, I'll get my needle up onto the strap, and then I'll back stitch off the strap at least 2 stitches. Then I'll come across onto the second strap, back stitch all the way across onto the first strap, and then continue across, get a couple stitches off the strap, back stitch back onto the strap a couple stitches, and then come off. Okay. This is just providing more structure where this pressure point is. When coming up onto your straps, I do like to use a jig or a hump jumper or a seam compensation tool. This is a Bernina seam compensation tool. It comes with a Bernina machine. Looks like a hunk of plastic, and many people have no idea why this is with their machine. But as you're approaching a bit of bulk here, you may find that your toe stops and thinks, oh, that's a hill, I'm not climbing it. I'm not a mountain climber, I'm no goat. So what you need to do is you need to compensate for that seam. So I'll put this under the back side of the foot with 1 piece of plastic or 2, depending how high I need to lift it, so that my foot stays perfectly level. That allows it then to say, oh, okay, I'm not climbing a mountain today. Thanks for the bum boost. And now it'll continue to stitch across. Now you may find the same thing coming off a mountain where the toe is floating and it's going to skip a stitch, or it really hates it. So I'll toss this under the toe, but only part of the toe so that my needle isn't going to go right through it. So I might put it this way. However it works. Really, it's about having something to keep your presser foot perfectly flat. That's the key here. So I am going to go do this top stitching, the bottom and the top. I like to do 2 lines of stitching on this. Sometimes I'll actually fill this with stitching 1/4 inch apart from each other. I'm also going to take one of my little seam labels before I forget. And pop him right under here, making sure he's far enough from the edge that there's no interference there. I typically don't put him in the center. I'll put him just a little off to the side. All right, top stitching complete. So if you look close enough, you might be able to see where I've done that back stitching. Right there, right in there, and right in there. And that, of course, depends upon your thread that you're using. Now we're going to trim off the excess strap support and just flip it over to take a look at your stitching here. You'll see the bottom of your strap support is on that stabilizer. But again, the straps aren't connected to that extra interfacing piece. So let's trim that back. Just making sure it matches my main piece. And then on the front, I'm going to take that tape off now. It's all finished. You'll notice that this panel actually also has a lot of room there to add in, say, an upright zipper on here so that you have a zipper pocket against your back, which is amazing for travel if you wanted to put your passport in. You could even put a zipper across here, or even just a slip pocket that's going to sit against your back. Tons of options there. It's a big blank canvas. It's also an amazing place to toss a label if you wanted to, although I like my labels on the front. Our next step is actually to toss these strap supports on. So we're going to do some measuring from the bottom edge this time so that we can place these properly. And we have this angle that the webbing is on. We want to make sure our straps point up. That allows it to then capture our body in those straps. If those straps point down, then you're really asking it to come around your body, whereas here we're already supporting our body. And with a long strap on a big backpack like this, we want those pointing up. So grabbing my ruler, I'm going to make sure I get my measurement right the first time from the bottom edge. So I'm placing my line based upon the measurement along that bottom edge. You can mark this, or you can just place your pieces. These pieces are going to go with this raw edge right against this raw edge, and the tip is what's going at that mark. So as long as your ruler is straight and things aren't shifting, I can place my second one. Again, make sure that the webbing points up. Put my point against my ruler or that mark and line it up on this edge. Excellent. And we're going to baste those in place just along these outside edges. And then our back is going to be ready for putting into the bag. Oh my goodness, I'm pretty excited about this. All right, so we have our straps anchors on there. We've got our straps on there. Let's grab that lining pocket that has our laptop pocket or our big slip pocket with magnet on it. We're going to turn that right side down. We're going to set this right side up on top. We're going to line up our top and bottom center markings and clip these two together. All right, something you may find helpful is to clip these together so that they stay out of your way for some construction. I have a couple of really big clips that work well for this purpose, but binder clips also work well for this. I only have a couple of these, so maybe it's time to invest in some binder clips. I do love a good office supply shopping. All right, I'm just going to baste around that outside edge so that these two are wrong sides together. I'm going to do a couple more clips to make sure it doesn't come apart while I'm doing that. Something to keep in mind is my machine likes to go inside the pocket. So just keep it flat as you're going, keep it clipped down in place as you go, and baste all the way around that outside edge to finish making that back panel. All right, once basted into place, you can see that they're attached, they're not going anywhere, they're ready to roll. We're down to the final construction. Well, we're at the final construction, and we have our front that we've put together, and we have our back to add to it. Then we're going to bind it. So do you remember that pattern piece for your main? Just going to set that front aside for a moment. And on this side of it, the wrong side, I guess the lining side, I'm going to take this pattern piece. Just going to open this up. Don't know why I did up those straps. That was silly. Everything's easier when it lays flat. I'm going to take this pattern piece and I'm going to mark those main section gusset alignment markings that we did on the previous side. All right, grab my trusty clips. Got a center marking at the bottom to line this up with. And then we have a center marking at the top to line it up with. And my main. Excellent. Let's flip that over, mark the other side. Same thing. Okie dokie. Just grabbing my clips. We're going to need those. Now we're going to set that front main with the gusset right side up there. Thing of beauty. I'm going to push my pockets down in, those water bottle pockets, to make sure that I don't have extra fabric near my seam allowance, because I don't want to have extra up here and pinch it accidentally. That would suck. All right, and just a reminder, our gusset seam that we're lining up is this one here, which is underneath my elastic. We are going to set our back with all those straps inside. Tuck it all in. You can see how this goes now, right? We're going to take our center markings along the bottom and clip them together. First clip. Then we're going to come to the side and we've got that gusset alignment marking that I'm going to line up with my gusset here. And then at the top, we have center markings again. So this one, that center marking is on the hanger. You notice we have our hanger hanging out here? That's a good thing. That means it's the back of the gusset. If you don't see that, then either you forgot the hanger or it might be on the front of your bag right now. Lining up those center marks. And over here, see how I've got some webbing sticking out? Tuck that sucker in. We have that gusset marking again. We're going to line that up with the gusset seam, just like on the other side. Now, if your gusset alignment markings aren't correct and one's higher than the other side, then that means your bag's going to be twisted and it's not going to be even. You will notice that when you're done. So do take the time to double check these things. The other thing you can do right now is open your main gusset. I'm just pushing my zipper heads down. They have that zipper cover on them on the inside. This just allows you to flop the handle or straps out and give a little bit more breathing room inside. It also gives you a whole handle to the indoors to move straps around and pockets around and things like that. So as we normally do with a gusset, I'm going to clip the straight edges, then look at my corners. All right, now I'm going to look at my top corners and see about pushing things into place there. Again, we have that opportunity to snip into our gusset if we need to make it go all the way around. So I'm going to grab my scissors. I am only snipping the gusset, not the main panel or the back. And no more than 1/4 inch. You don't need to go that big. Excellent. Okay, and you can see this bottom corner, I definitely need to do some snipping in there. And yet this corner, where are we looking at? A lot less snipping is what I'm seeing. So maybe I'm not quite aligned. So that's generally a trigger. If you've got one corner that's really, really tight and the other corner that's really not tight, then take a look at your alignment and maybe some adjustments are needed. Now I'm pretty even on both sides, so do those snips. So I'm going to flip it over and just double check it from the other side, especially around those corners. Make sure things are pretty smooth, ready to roll. All right. So I will sew this with the back against the body of my machine. And that means I can see this gusset nice and clearly, and I can shift things out of the way as I go to sew this. I'm going to sew that with a full seam allowance all the way around. If you find it easier to do segments, consider doing your straight sides, your straight top and bottom, and then come back and attack the 4 corners. And then all we have to do is bind this puppy. We're so close to being done. Double check your bobbin thread and double check that you have a sharp needle, because there are a lot of layers going on at this point. Oh boy, I feel like I got a workout, but I have it attached. So we're attached on both sides. That means we need to trim our seam allowance to 1/4 inch and then attach some binding. Now, I do have a step in there where once you've trimmed your seam allowance to 1/4 inch, zigzag the edges. That zigzagging or sewing within the seam allowance is something that helps compress the extra fabric down, make sure you have nothing sticking out. If you have a serger and you're comfortable serging some of these bulky edges, that will also help with that compression. It just never hurts. However, I don't have a serger, but I am going to trim these seam allowances to 1/4 inch on both this side and on this side. And because I basted my foam and I basted my pocket at 1/8 of an inch, I do have a little bit of a line to follow in some cases. Make sure you have your really good sharp scissors with you for this. There's a lot of layers. You're going to want to do this really carefully, and you want to make as accurate of a 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way around. The reason for that is the more accurate that seam allowance is, the more accurate your binding is going to be. So let's get to trimming. Double check your corners are close to that 1/4 inch seam allowance, just because that's where the binding is a bigger bother, is getting around those corners. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it never hurts to just double check and make sure you actually trim the fabric. Do flip it over and check the other side, make sure you got both sides. Again, having this more accurately trimmed is going to be a benefit to you than just whipping right through and hoping it looks decent. All right, I'm going to do the other side now, which is the front where we had installed that earlier. And I know I've got this really big bulky section here where I've got like my glasses pocket and stuff like that. So that's going to take a little work. We'll start there. All right, so now we are ready for binding, and I do give 3 options in the pattern. The first option is to use fold over elastic. When I use fold over elastic, it's 1 inch wide. It's always 1 inch wide. Anything skinnier than that isn't going to reach around your seams easily, especially in bulky areas where you have a lot of layers. So what I do with this guy is we have this fold right in the center. You want to line that up directly on the edge of your seams. I will start at the bottom with all of my binding methods. You're going to tug it and keep it tight as you come around, keeping again that fold directly on the seam. Now, I am notorious for taking it to the sewing machine, putting this on the machine, and not clipping it all the way around. However, as you get used to this process, it might be easier to clip all the way. I am keeping it snug, which means I'm stretching it a little bit, especially around corners. And I'm again keeping that fold directly on top of the seam. Now this is the bulky section, so you want to line up that fold right in the center of the thickness. And you can see how that 1 inch wide elastic will actually cover all that stitching. So when you take a look at the other side, it covers here too. And then you're going to stitch a 1/4 inch away from that edge. Okay. When you get back to the beginning, I just bring my end over top of it. So as I'm coming up here, okay, this clip won't be here because I've already sewn that end down. I will overlap this with my fold over elastic and trim the excess off the end. Leave it as a raw edge. I don't get fray out of my fold over elastic typically. What I've got here is some threads because I've used this piece as a demo. And that gives me a nice solid binding. It's a little thicker than some of the other fold over elastics out there. This is a Dritz brand, and it comes from Amazon, typically for me. I do have it in my Amazon store, so you can take a look at my website where I list all the products I use. Dritz elastic, 1 inch fold over elastic. And I get it in, I want to say this is 24 yards for the white. Okay, so fold over elastic is the first option. I'm going to skip the second option because that's the one I'm going to use today. But the other option I have is to use a waterproof canvas or a non-fraying material. So option C, I cut a length that's 2 inches wide. This is the exterior fabric I had. And if I use the teal, I could use that too. And as I do this, I'm just going to leave it on the white side for now. Clip it over. Now you'll see I've got quite a bit on this side, quite a bit on that side. That's on purpose. Because once I sew this in place, and notice it doesn't stretch, zero stretch to this, which means you will get pleats in your binding. But as I come around these edges, I don't have to think much about it, because afterwards, I'm going to come around with those sharp pair of scissors and trim it right back to the stitch line on both sides. And because it doesn't fray, it's a nice thin binding that works really well for me. Okay. Don't use a thick waterproof canvas, do make sure it's soft and pliable and easy enough to add 2 layers to your seams. Again, at the end, I just bring the end right over top. You could fold over this end before you bring it over top the start, just to give you a nice finished edge. Don't overthink it. And finally, today I'm going to be doing a fabric binding. That means I have taken my fabric, cut it in a strip that's 2.5 inches wide, and I've attached strips together on the angle, just like I would for quilting binding. Where's my, there it is. So I've sewn them on an angle so that then when this is folded over, you get 0 bulk from that seam. Okay. I did have to tear some interfacing off of this. It was block fused my entire yardage. So this one is done in 2 steps, just like a quilt. I'm going to leave a tail here and start my stitching right up around here. Because it's cut on the bias, I am going to make sure she's taut as I machine stitch it in place all the way around. So I'm going to go do that and come back and show you the next step. I am going to leave a tail that's, I want to say about 3 inches here. I'm only calling it 3 inches because it only comes to there. And I'm probably going to start my stitching here. So I'm going to leave that tail so I can join my binding properly at the end. All right, so I have attached it to one side of my seam. I left this undone at the bottom. And what I want to do is take the end of my binding, open it up. It is 2.5 inches wide, but I want to make sure that I can fit it under both this piece and this piece. And that means the one piece is going to be trimmed on this side, and the other piece will be trimmed on this side so that I can join them on an angle. Okay, so I have my 2.5 inch wide piece here. I'm just finding the short end of this, and I'm going to say right here. I didn't leave a lot of tail on this end, so we'll see if this will work for me today. And now that I have this end trimmed, I'm going to line this up so that the outside of it is there. I'm going to bring my end to be trimmed all the way across. And on this side of it, that's the length I want to trim it to. Okay. That wasn't very straight, so I'm just going to straighten that out. Now I'm just going to take out a little bit of stitching here because I didn't leave myself much room on that end. Of course, that's where I backstitched really well. I'm going to open up both sides. And I want to put them together, right sides together, at a 90-degree angle. So you generally have to pinch your project together to make this work. Okay, so right sides together at a 90-degree angle. Okay, so that means one end lines up with a side over there. And the other end lines up with a side over here. Okay. Keep it pinched together. And what I like to do is we're going to stitch from this corner to this corner precisely from corner to corner. So I like to put pins in to emulate that or simulate that, to fake my stitch line. And when I do that, that allows me then to open this up, see that it's going to lay flat and it's not twisted or funky or anything. It's going to join nicely on that diagonal. Now this is a quilting technique for finishing your binding loop. So there's probably much better instructors on this technique. However, it's what I'm going to do for this bag. So I'm going to stitch exactly where those pins are, coming diagonally across there. Then I'm going to trim this extra fabric off, flatten that seam allowance so it's open, and then let it fall back into its fold so I can finish stitching this on. All right, I got the stitching in place. Again, before you trim anything, you always want to double check that it's not twisted. If it's twisted, undo that stitching and try again. Your fabrics aren't laying quite right together at that point. So that's trimmed. I'm going to open up that seam, finger press it flat. And fold it back in half again. And now I can finish stitching it in place along this bottom edge. Now this stitching that I've been doing to attach this binding, I am sewing with the binding against the sewing machine and this panel so that I can stitch right on my line of stitching that I did to construct the bag. That means that I'm getting the seam allowance that the bag requires. So I'm just going to take this back to the machine and finish up that bottom. Okay, so I have that final stitching done. And now I will take this to the iron and I'll take the time to press this away from my lining. Okay. And the reason I do that is it's going to lay a little bit nicer and be easier to attach to the other side if it's pressed. However, I'll also use a glue stick. And what I'll do is on this side, when I fold this around, I'll put glue stick down here and fold this on top. And then I'll use my iron to press that glue into place. And then if you want, you can hand stitch it down all the way around. I'm not a hand stitcher, so I'm not going to. I will take it back to the machine and sew it in place with my 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way. You can do it from this side where you're seeing your place that you had originally sewn it, and that means you're stitching that same seam allowance yet again. Or you can sew it from this side with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, making sure that you don't go too big. Don't get too big of a seam allowance. That's just going to add a new seam to the outside of your bag, and if you don't have puckers already, you don't want to add them. So as I said, I'm going to press this away. Maybe I'll skip that and just glue it down and press that glue dry. And then I will stitch from this side right in there, right in the ditch. We're going to stitch in the ditch all the way. Success! We are bound on one side. Completely finished. Fabric binding does take the 2 steps instead of just 1, so it does take a little extra time, but it gives a nice finish. So I'm going to do the other side, but not right now. I'm going to show you the finishing step, which is turn your bag right side out. And on the back side, what we're going to do, once this is turned out and pressed really well, you're going to take this bottom strap and this guy, and you're going to take it, shove it through the middle from the back and down the bottom one. So we're going to go up the middle and over the last bar and back down. He's hooked on. And all you need to do is fold this guy under. You can do 1 or 2 times, whichever makes your heart content, and top stitch that in place. And we'll do the same thing for the other strap. We're going to go up the center and down over that bottom bar. And again, fold this to the back once or twice and top stitch. And that will be your Andy backpack. Holy cow, I got my seams bound. I'll admit, I haven't finished that stitch on the ends of my straps yet, but I'm pretty excited, and I hope you are too with your Andy backpack. We finally finished. We did that front pocket, then the front section, all those inside pockets. That gusset alone is worthy of a good vacation with those water bottle pockets and that handle and the strap anchor. And finally, you made this structurally sound backpack back with the extra support for those straps, with that strap support and everything. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty pleased with my accomplishment, and I hope you are too. So definitely tag me when you share photos of your Andy backpack. It's an accomplishment worthy of shouting from the rooftops that you did it. And I hope you did enjoy it. I hope you learned a couple of things, and I hope you had a good time. Join my Facebook group over on that Facebook platform, Sewing UhOh Creations Patterns. Make sure you're subscribed to my newsletter list over at uhohcreations.com. And tag me. Use that @ symbol on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok, and tag me when you post your designs, because I want to see those combinations and I want to see what you've made too. So there's Andy. I hope you love him.